Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining my co host Mary and I for another Spiritual Learning Thursday. Every Thursday, we go over a different topic. After we play the video on the topic, we'll take any questions that anyone has and we'll try to answer them the best that we can. If you have any ideas on what you would like to learn about in the next upcoming videos, please leave a comment. We will be with you shortly. If you would be so kind as to take this time to give a like and share out the video, it would be greatly appreciated. Sit back, enjoy the show. Thank you so much again for coming. Hi everyone, how are you guys? Hi Diane. I have the wrong background picture here. Let's do a nicer one. There we go. I hope you're well, Diane. We'll wait for a few more people to come in and we will see how it goes. Mary should be joining us here in just a second. I have a great video. I think this is a great topic. It's going to give us lots of stuff to talk about after the show, I'm hoping. So welcome in, everybody. I shared out, so hopefully maybe we'll get a few people. I don't know. Thursdays have been light, but you know, people work and stuff, so I understand. My son's been working 2 days in a row now. So today he really had to do work. So he's working with the parks department. So he had to rake the leaves, um, fix some stuff on the playground, clean the park's bathrooms, all that good stuff. So yes, fun. So what have you been up to, Diane, since I think it's only you and me in here? Anything new and exciting? How's your apartment hunting going? Hi, Krista. How are you, sweetheart? I hope you're doing well. I'm just make a cigarette while you guys are coming in. I was just a few minutes later today because, like, my son is working, like I said, so when he comes home, he wants to eat and stuff, so I can't, not have him eat, So sometimes, depending, you know, but it's definitely always around between 6 and 6:30, so I've been bedbound with cramps. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I never, thank goodness, knock on wood, I never experienced them that bad. And now, God knows it's done for, Wait, here's Mary. Hi, Mary. Oh, you're muted. Okay. She's getting there.
I'm here. I was just fixing my sound.
Okay, great.
Ready when you are.
We
Tell
got
Christina
Krista
come
and
up.
Diane in there, so
NH girls there.
yeah. Krista, Diane, and me, three of us in the chat.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say hi and I was supposed to be out shopping today. Oh well, you just saved yourself money. That's good. I'm gonna mute myself. You could say hello and whatever while I
Oh,
tell them
we're
a
on. Are we
story. I don't
on?
know, while I make a
I'm
cigarette.
asking. Are we on? We're on. Hi, you guys.
Yes, we've been on, girl.
Hi, Diane. Hi, NH girl. How you guys doing? Hope you're doing well. And me, on the other hand, been moving for 2 weeks now. Feels like 2 weeks. I think it's been about a week and a half.
Oh
Anyway,
no, I'm moving.
how long has it been, Christina, that I started moving? About a week. It was a week Monday, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, week Monday.
Yeah, week something. I know. It's
No, a
crazy.
little more. Cause didn't you move some stuff on the weekend?
Um, yeah, but it's yeah. Well, yeah, we did. We moved the biggest part of it out already. Like a week ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
And
over the weekend.
yeah,
So yeah,
well, it's like
so
during
Saturday
it
will
was
be
last
2 weeks.
Monday. It was last Monday, not this Monday, but last Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And now my son's been there all week this week over there, and uh, but I guess we're gonna finish it tomorrow.
Well,
So
there you go.
he's off work tomorrow, and they're gonna come and get get the rest of it in me.
You get the rest of it in you. Yeah, well, they can't forget you there.
All right, that's what I'm saying.
I just waved to you guys, but I'm having a smoke. So anyway, so today we're going over it's gonna be super interesting.
Yeah, let me get it shared out real quick.
Oh yeah, I did share it
I
all
may
over
you may lose me when I'm doing this. Is anybody else having? I got a prepaid phone, right? I swear to you, I'm having more spam calls than anybody on the earth. I have 22 so far today.
Oh yeah, no, it happens. I don't know what happens.
I don't know if I need to change my number or what. 'Cause
I wouldn't change. I didn't change my number. You know what I did with
they're
my
driving me
prepaid,
nuts.
my one that was getting humongous amounts.
Uh
I
huh.
stopped it for a month. I called them. I said, "Listen, I can't stand it with all these freaking things." I said, "If I turn off the phone for a month, I need to keep this number though. Can we just turn it off for a month? I'll pay you even, but I need it off so they get the off message and they take me off the calling list because you can't get them to take you off the list." The lady was laughing. I turned it off. I left it off for 2 months. I turned it back on. I have got one spam message, like a text message, and that was it. I was like, that was the best thing I ever did because I was getting that too. And that's exactly what I did. I told her I need to keep my number, but I need to turn off the phone because I have two, I had my other phone.
Right.
I have
Right.
Messenger and whatever. So I was like, turn it off and then we'll turn it back on.
Yeah. Well, I can't do that. I mean, I gotta have a working phone because of doctors and all that crap.
Oh, yeah, of
So I
course.
mean, I don't know. I don't know if I need to change the number or what's driving me crazy. Anyway, and they're all scam. It's all a scam because it's all
Yeah.
about the insurance bill going for Social Security. And whenever you tell them that you have it already, that you have Social Security in your and you have Medicaid and Medicare already, they automatically hang up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like click. And so I know for a fact that's a scam because if you've already got it, they're gonna know you ain't gonna sit there and want to go through all that try to get it, you
Right.
know. So they're scamming people. Hi Scott.
Hi, Scott, honey. I'm glad you
All
can
right,
make it.
let me go share out.
I'm glad you can make it. So, yeah. So, today we have an interesting one while Mary's sharing. I had an epiphany the other day. I was reading something and it's like, oh, the paranormal doesn't exist. And I go, why do they keep saying this? I'm going to do some research. And the first thing I looked at, which I wanted to know, like, okay, who doesn't, like, why? Who doesn't think paranormal is real, like, and is telling the world this, right? Science. Okay, science. So let's look up the definition of science, and then let's look up the definition of scientists, and let's see how scientists really feel, right? About different things too, not only paranormal. So I was looking into it, and my gosh, I had this epiphany, and I'm like, I have to make this video. And I think, hey, James, how are you, sweetheart? And I think that um it's interesting. I never thought of it this way until I actually just like read like the definitions and different things, and I looked at it from a different perspective, and now I understand what the problem is. And so I was like, oh no, I have to share this with you guys. Um so yeah, so you guys, I hope will like this. It's super simple, straight to the point. It does give some facts. Well, it gives a lot of facts, but it also gives my point of view, which I don't normally do. I normally take other people's point of view and go, some people say this. Or if I know something for definite sure, I'll just say, and there's these types of spirit guides because I know that to be fact from everything. Um, so yeah, so it's a little different, but it was also super interesting. So, and I think it'll give us a lot to talk about after, like, 'cause sometimes I do the video so good that, and if it's something that you can't dispute, like some kind of spirituality, somebody's religion, you can't dispute it, right? You're just learning about it, so there's not a lot to talk about. This one should give us a good you know talk to. Anyway, so yeah, Mary's just sharing out, and then we will get the video going. um so I hope everybody's well today. I'm glad Scott's here. I'm glad you're feeling better. Krista, I'm glad you came, even though you're feeling crappy. James, it's always great to have you here. Diane's my buddy. Thank you for being here. Diane, if you owe taxes, you'd know, because in 5 years from now, the New York State Tax Department's going to send you a letter with how much taxes you owed, like 53 cents. And then they're going to put, like, all the penalties for not paying for the 7 years, because they'll only send you the letter after 7 years, after there's enough penalties where they feel they get enough money. That's how our government works. And then you'll have to pay from 53 cents, $553. So don't worry. If you owe it, the tax people will eventually tell you. They did that shit to me. Oh, did that work, Scott? Did that work for you? Did you feel lighter? They did that to me. I guess one of my a bakery that I worked at when I was a teenager, from the age of 13 to like 15. I don't know. Somehow they didn't take out enough taxes. Anyway, I owed 53 cents and I didn't realize. I do today. That's great. And I didn't realize I owed the 53 cents, not like anybody told me, right? And then, like, literally 5 years later, they're like, well, you owed 53 cents and now it's $53. I'm like, why didn't you send it to me the first year? Bastard. Anyway. So believe me, they will eventually send you a letter saying you owe money. And the calls are robotic, never human, right? And the government doesn't have robots yet. They refuse to spend our tax money on robots. They rather put it in their own pockets. So you know that a robot's never going to call you if it's if it's the government. It's always a person. And you can actually I just report them as spam. Like, your phone will let you, even in your email, it will let you report it as spam, and they go after those people, especially the government, because the government wants your money. They don't want other people to have your money. And they say the name is tax relief. Yeah, right. You know the government ain't relieving any taxes. They're just going to take more. Anywho. So don't worry. If they tell you your taxes, tell them, I don't give a fuck. Or send me a letter and click. That's it. Let's see. Did Mary kick it herself? Oh, no, Mary's still here. Okay. We're just waiting for her to share out. Yeah, but press 1 for this and that. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nope. So once Mary comes back from sharing, I guess we'll start the video. We're light today, but it's okay. I'm glad you guys are all here. And yeah, we'll start it off. My son was his second day of work today, so that's why I was a little delayed. So they might be a little delayed, like anywhere from 5 minutes to 20 minutes, between 6 and 6:30. Like always, I'll still be on, but when he gets home, he has to eat. So, good as bacon there, buddy. Yeah. So, so yeah, so we gotta make sure
Okay, I'm good.
eats. Fabulous. There's
I
Mary,
shared it.
everybody.
I shared it
Scott and
earlier. I
James
thought I
came
could.
in while you were sharing.
Do what?
Scott and James came in while you were sharing.
Hi, Scott. Hi, James.
Hmm. So yeah. So
Oh,
since
I get humans. They're all foreigners. Well, 90% of them are foreigners. Can't understand 2 words of what they're saying. But
yeah,
when you get to the insurance part, uh, yes, ma'am, we know you have this, blah blah blah. But this is to add to it. And I'm like, I don't need it. I already have it.
yeah,
And finally, I just have to click on them because they don't shut up. The ones that are Americans, though, once you tell them you got it, they click off. They don't even say nothing.
that's right. That's right. That's right.
So, we ready to do this video?
James said hello. Yeah, you ready?
Hi, James.
Okay. Um, Let me turn this off and turn yours around and do all that good stuff so that we're not so that I'm not squishing yous around here, making yous dizzy. Not making you dizzy. I gotta move my chair, all this good stuff. Okay, let's see what we're doing now. Okay. Oh, I'll go the other way. Choo choo choo. There we go. Not bad for the first shot. It wasn't as bad as usual, I think. You guys could see it, right? I just wanna. Okay. I think we're good to go. Here we go now. I can't turn off my sound. I'll try to make no noise. But here we go. Hello and welcome to another spiritual learning video. Today we're going over science and the paranormal. Today's video will be a little different because it won't only be based on fact, but also theories and speculations. Let's get started. First, what is the definition of science? It is a systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. Now that we know the definition of science, let's go over how science and the paranormal are related. And they're related in a few ways. Scientific investigation. Researchers use scientific methods to investigate paranormal phenomena, such as hauntings, near-death experiences, and even alien abductions. Lack of physical evidence. It's difficult to study the paranormal because there is often no physical evidence to support the phenomena. By definition, the paranormal doesn't fit conventional expectations of nature, so it can't be confirmed using the scientific method. Pseudoscience, parapsychology, the study of paranormal experiences, is considered a pseudoscience because it lacks scientific evidence or method. Explanations. Researchers have found scientific explanations for some paranormal phenomena. For example, one study tricked people into feeling like there was an unseen presence in the room. Another study linked visions of ghosts to sleep paralysis. Infrasound, low-frequency sound waves called infrasound, can cause dizziness, uneasiness, and even apparitions. These effects can be similar to a haunting because infrasound vibrates through the body's tissue. Belief system. Paranormal beliefs and belief systems can help people understand how they fit into the world. So, do scientists believe in the paranormal? While most scientists believe that paranormal phenomenon is just a misinterpretation of natural events, some scientists do believe in the paranormal. A 1982 survey of 339 scientists found that 29% believed extrasensory perception was a likely possibility or an established fact. Fun fact, beliefs among academic disciplines, people in the hard science, like medicine and psychology, tend to have a lower paranormal belief score than those in education, theology, or the arts. Scientist Harvey Irvin wrote in a 1993 paper, scientists are likely to scoff at people who believe in anything paranormal like they're all whack jobs, but this is not necessarily true. This type of gratuitous assumption is most common among skeptical commenters who act as if the belief in ESP, the belief in God, and the belief in unluckiness, like the number 13, are all tarred with the same brush. But in fact, there are at least 7 different dimensions of paranormal beliefs. Traditional religious beliefs. Parapsychology beliefs, witchcraft, spiritualism, superstitions, precognition, and extraordinary life forms. So now, if scientists are so torn between the paranormal and science, do they believe in God? A 2009 Pew Research Center survey found that 33% of scientists believe in God, while 18% believe in a higher power. What about in general? Does God exist? The existence of God is a topic of debate in theology and psychology of religion. There are many arguments for and against God's existence. Here are some of those arguments. So these are for God. The evidence. Some say there is a weight of evidence that supports the existence of God, including the Bible, accounts from reliable people throughout history, and the evidence from world civilizations. Personal sense of truth. Some say that the personal sense of truth is a way to know that God exists and that God intends for everyone to experience this. Necessity. Some say that God exists by necessity of his own nature, and that if he is possible, then he exists. Explanation of moral values. Some say that God is the best explanation for objective moral values and duties, and that without God, these values and duties would not exist. Here are some arguments against God's existence. Chance. Some say that the universe and all its contents is the product of chance and has no meaning. Atheism. Atheism is the rejection of religious beliefs, including the belief in spiritual beings and God. Naturalistic view. Some say that moral values are just the result of biological evolution and social conditioning and have no real objective validity. So this begs the question, is science ever wrong? Yes, science can be wrong. Science is the process of discovery and learning, and it's okay to be wrong and make mistakes along the way. In fact, it is an important part of the scientific process to recognize when you're wrong and to be willing to correct your mistakes. Can science prove anything? Well, no, science cannot prove anything with absolute certainty. Tentative knowledge. Scientific knowledge is tentative and provisional, and nothing is ever final. Incomplete information. There may be not enough data to reach solid conclusion. Limited to observation. There are limits to what you can observe or measure. Uncertainty. There is always some uncertainty in measurement and observation. Extrapolation. Scientists must extrapolate to some degree, which is powerful but also limiting. Instead of proving ideas, science accepts or rejects them based on evidence. Scientists may revise their conclusions if new evidence or perspectives warrant it. Scientists start by assuming that the phenomenon doesn't happen, which is called the null hypothesis. They then try to reject this idea. Scientists prefer theories with an abundance or just better evidence, but there is no binary evolution of scientific theories. Science neither proves nor disapproves ideas. So, what's the definition of a scientist? A scientist is someone who systematically gathers and uses research and evidence to make hypotheses and test them to gain and share understanding and knowledge. So, after hearing those facts, I theorize that science and paranormal are one and the same, and that paranormal investigators are scientists in their own right. How did I come up with this theory? Well, let's look at the data. Why is science and paranormal one and the same? Well, parapsychology is a science, and that deals with paranormal, just as chemistry is science. Why is a paranormal investigator a scientist? Well, Paranormal investigators use a variety of methods to gather evidence of activity, including but not limited to electronic devices such as EMF meters, digital thermometers, night vision goggles, digital audio recorders, and digital video cameras. Interviews. They talk to people about their experiences. Research. Looking into the history of locations and hauntings. They also use specific scientific methods to test for paranormal activity. Psychic methods, using psychic methods to test for paranormal activity. The purpose of a paranormal investigator is to explore and collect evidence of paranormal activity. The purpose of a scientist, to systematically gather evidence to better understand the natural world. So why then, with all the evidence and data recorded and collected, proving that the paranormal does exist, are some scientists not willing to acknowledge its existence? Easy. Scientists are human with free will and their own belief systems. Belief systems can cause bias. Bias can cause the result of a scientific study to be disproportionately weighed in the favor of one result or group of subjects. This can cause misunderstandings of natural processes that may make conclusions drawn from the data unreliable. So, in conclusion, we are all scientists collecting data that correlates with our belief systems. Thank you so much for joining us on another spiritual learning video. If you like this kind of content, please check out our spiritual learning playlist for more, and we'll see you next week. Yay! So there you go, guys. What did you guys think of that? Let me turn the camera around and then I'll turn you back on. What did you think of my hypothesis, my theories? Most of it, as you see, was fact. I looked it up. But when you look it up and you look at the differences and
Hi,
everything,
Boomer.
you understand that it's really the same and that, well, yeah, I mean, scientists who don't believe in God are going to be biased against other supernatural beings. That just, it goes without saying, because they're human and they have their own right to believe whatever they want, right? So if they have this bias going into the study, of course they're not going to, be like, oh yeah, maybe you're right. No, because they want to be right. It's just in human nature. So yeah. Hi, how are you, Boomer? No, we just finished the video. We went over we just finished the video about science is more surface level. Yeah. About, science, paranormal, how they're alike, how they're different, the difference between scientists and paranormal investigators, and just, why science refuses to say that paranormal exists. So that was the video. I thought it was quite good myself, even though I did it. But yes, it is. Hmm. But so then I don't think that we should let science define who we are. Which was another thing, because a few people,
I agree with that.
yeah, have said to me, well, there might be a scientific reason for that. And some things there are scientific reasons for that you can debunk, right? That's what debunking is. But that's what I think makes us scientists, because we'll sit there and we'll debunk our own stuff and we want to find real evidence. You know, to show people. So that's why I feel that we are scientists.
I
Uh,
always said that all of us have a little bit of scientist in us.
that's right. You're a little low, Mary.
I'm a
I'm
little what?
still a science nerd, but I combine both to understand more. There you go. Because you're not biased, because your belief system is different, right? Than I guess like 43% of scientists. You know?
You say I'm talking too low? Is that what you said?
Yeah, yeah, your mic is low. Like it
Is it
sounds like
now?
far away from your mic.
Is it now?
It's still a little
I'm a
low.
little choked. I'm a little choked up. Allergies, so it could be part. Could be one.
No, it sounds like you're a little far from your microphone, not that you're talking low.
I'm not. I'm right here by it. Huh. I don't know. It's on my phone, so you know. I don't know. So I get
That's
back.
right, James.
I get in the house all the way.
Mm. Um, wow, I just laid out some of my best shit and it just got passed up. I didn't see, wait. Science only goes as far as the mind can see, where paranormal goes as deep as the soul can be. Boomer, I love
Oh
that.
wow!
Now you know how it is
That's
by the
that's
time
true.
everything catches up. that is that is something that science didn't expect for us to use. That's right. Um, Mary, can you send Boomer the link?
Yes,
Thank you, because I
I
got all
know,
these
Boomer.
things going on here. And spirits are made of energy, which have electrical fields, right? um, and also, you know, it's easy. It's easy to test. Like things like scientists test stuff, right? So it's easy to test if an EMF meter is picking up something or if the spirit's really doing it, if it's picking up a different energy, right? It's easy to test. So if I'm not no, you're fine. Thursdays, yeah, we can invite people, of course, of course. We're waiting for Thor. One of these days, he's gonna come up and talk about the Celtics. Uh, but Mary's gonna send it to you, Boomer, because I got the chat on one and the other one is charging. I don't even know if it's
I
on.
just sent it, Boomer, on Messenger.
Well, Messenger, Boomer. So we don't catch him. He's
Hi,
getting
Boomer.
he's getting his water.
I guess he didn't realize I was here. He can't see me.
Yeah, I think he said hi, Mary.
He did.
Yeah, no, it doesn't even show the circles anymore. StreamYards is like if you don't have the camera on, then forget it. You know, we're
Really?
not showing that you're even there.
That's a bunch of shit.
Yeah, so it
Ain't
doesn't
right.
even show the circle anymore, which is why I'm like, well, we'll put the cool background. Oh, thanks. Most of it, it's my craft stuff, just, my cups or the stuff I make, which I
They
have
just
nowhere
don't
to
have
put
nobody with
anywhere.
them
Um,
to know I'm here.
you know, so
I don't know what I'm going to do on my channel because I ain't showing myself.
you don't know what to do on your channel. Why?
I'm not showing myself, so I don't know what's going to do on that. How that's going to
You're
work.
gonna put a fancy background. I'll give you some fancy pictures, and you just put a fancy background. People
There you
You know,
go.
we'll hear you talking. You know, there we go. There you are. Hi, Boomer.
Yeah, not sure how well it's gonna work because, like I said, I'm still using the unlimited data for my hotspot, so it's a little
Oh,
iffy. But
yeah.
hopefully, I get good news after tomorrow. So we'll see.
Well, Friday they
I
said it's
hope
going to
you
be a
get
good
good
one.
news too.
It's the
Well,
Sunday
that's what
one
they
that's
say,
iffy.
but I still don't get my hopes up. Um, but hey,
No,
in the event I
I
do get my
never argue with
40%,
my Sarah.
I'll be alright.
If she says it, I go, okay, I believe you.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, the disability um claim is I already know is going to be like touch and go, real iffy. But the fact that I have a team working on it now this time around,
Oh,
um,
that's
it might. I don't know, but the most important thing is getting that VA claim increased to 40%, so that I can,
I can't see them fighting you on it
start
on this
paying my
bill.
shit on my own.
yeah.
And the Section 8 thing, I think that that may go well because the guy came for the guy came to my apartment to talk to me about it, and he sounded very positive about it. So that might go well. So I may have the Section 8 back through the VA side of it because they have a section of Section 8 that deals with specifically veterans,
Right.
which
Right.
I didn't know about until this whole mess occurred.
Well, they just started it
So
not too long ago too.
I, oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that works out too. That way, I still don't have to. But in the event that it doesn't, if I get to 40%, I will be able to take care of all the rent and everything on my own. But you know, it all
I would
depends on
think
how
you'd be
things go.
eligible for Section 8, period.
Well, it would be better if you get both of them, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm not one of those that is gonna. I don't like depending on other people and organizations for help.
But,
You know,
I can't see them fighting you on regular disability, the shape you're in. I just can't see that happening.
but
But I guess
yeah.
I could.
Well, I don't have anything new to give them that's different from the last time I was there 10 years ago or however long it
Yeah,
was,
you do.
15 years ago. Like, I mean, but,
Well,
The
you
strokes are new, ain't they?
well, see, that's the thing. They can't prove they were strokes
Why?
because I was never seen for them at the time those episodes occurred.
Yeah.
And the CAT scans and stuff they did said they came out normal on the CAT scan, but the MRI on the head, the C spine said there's a slight issue there at the base of my neck, but that I don't think that would have anything to do with the episode of that. So I don't know.
Right.
But the CAT scans came out clean. The MRIs came out with something on it, and well, there's the thyroid thing that I haven't heard the test results of yet. I won't hear about that till I see my primary on the 22nd, anyway.
Well, I think you got
But
thyroid issues.
anyway, tomorrow I go for my evaluation, and hopefully my evaluation for my benefits goes well. That's the only thing I'm really hoping, that because that'll solve a lot of shit. I mean, as soon as I get that, if I get it, as soon as I start receiving that, then I'm gonna start paying people back, and because I've got myself into hella debt over the last 6 months since this whole big screw over. So
I
like
understand
I
that.
owe a lot of people. So
This move
if it
I've been
doesn't
doing
go
has been
through,
costing me.
don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
What's that?
This move I've been doing is costing me a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, all yeah. Anytime you gotta do a move, it's gonna be,
Yeah, when it's
gonna be.
sprung on you like like
I
it will
mean, the
to
thing.
you.
I mean, at least you're able to, do it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's
Yeah.
not like you're being kicked out with no money or anything like that. So that's the bright side
Pretty
of
much
that.
so.
You
We
know what
we
I'm
told we had to get out. So basically,
saying? What I'm saying is, you didn't lose any. Like, you're not
right.
like flat ass broke,
No,
and
not,
you're
but
not risking living on the streets or anything just
um,
because of they turned over management, new rules say you got to move. I mean, that's a little different than somebody saying, you know, you can't pay your rent, so goodbye. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you're on the street, bitch.
if I
Thank
didn't
you,
have help with
James.
the
James
deposit
said,
money, I
Boomer,
was
he
going to
hopes
be on the
everything
street.
worked out for you.
It was
Oh,
going to be.
thanks, James. I appreciate that. I like the design.
If
What design?
if my best friend hadn't
Oh,
helped us like she did, we would be on the street. Yes.
Well, that's kind of what I'm like facing right now. If it wasn't for my mother and my niece, I wouldn't be able to keep up with the rent to this point to give me the time to, get everything squared away. So,
Right.
anyway, enough about my bullshit. I just wanted to, let y'all know because I know you guys, when you guys were concerned with what was going on. I just want to
We
let
do
y'all
worry
know
about
that
you. Yeah.
I've got it working out. So,
yes.
I
Now,
actually was. I actually was going to text you uh here soon because I was like, I ain't heard from him in a while. So if I don't hear from you, I text you.
yeah. Well, I've just been focused on other things and shit.
I know.
Who lives right by the highway? Holy shit.
I don't know. That must be Mary. It's not me.
What is it?
It's a beeping. Like
You
it
got
sounds like a
a
truck
truck
beep.
driving by blowing their air horn.
No,
Somebody's blowing an air horn.
I had a spam call come through.
Huh?
Spam call.
Oh, that's her phone
Spam
buzzing.
call.
That's the way her phone buzzes.
Oh,
That's what
I
you
swear
got
to
on there.
God, didn't it sound like a truck driving by blowing an air horn? That was weird.
Yep.
Uh,
Sorry.
That's okay.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it.
Um,
Yeah, so I've
well,
got my secondary phone running off my hotspot from my primary phone with the YouTube open so I can see the chat, and I'm on the panel on the primary phone
oh, there you
that's
go.
providing the hotspot. So.
Hi,
And my
Jen. How are
smart
you,
TV,
sweetheart?
even though it's not the greatest, I can at least I can use my hot spot to watch stuff on the smart TV as well. So
Well, that's good.
I mean, it skips all the time and stuff like that. Like
Hi,
it
Jen.
buffers it, but hotspot doesn't give you the best
Hi,
signals.
Eddie,
So.
because I know he's sitting there.
Yes,
Hey,
Jen,
Jen, what's
we
up?
have we have Boomer and Mary here. You can't see them, but they're here. I gotta put the picture I have up next time. I took a screenshot of the when Boomer made me and Mary little cartoon characters, so it was him and me and Mary. So when Boomer comes up, I'm gonna have to have that one.
Oh, the avatars.
Yes, I took a screenshot, and so I could put it as the background. You see, if I turn off my camera, it's Mary and I sitting there.
Well, I mean, I could I could send you those um uh gifts the both the avatars, and
Oh yeah, that's cool.
if you
Um,
wanted, like I don't know
yeah,
if you can. I don't because I don't know if you have the capability of making a gift of them out of your screen capture or not. But I can send you the animated GIF.
yeah, send it
I
because
don't think they're very
I
large
have a
files, but
program that you can take pictures and make gifs, or you can
right.
move them differently
Yeah.
and stuff. So I do have a program. Um, but yeah,
You know
so
how I did it on mine and the others? I just used the Zoom um, avatar that they have on there, and just recorded myself as the avatar to create mine. I did that with Nalisha's as well. But yours and Mary's, I think I took them from your story there.
yeah,
I
my
recorded
cartoon story.
them and created gifs out of them.
Hmm.
Oh, by the way, Jan, tell Eddie thanks again for Sunday. That was fun. Even though Christina was too good for us to join us.
Listen, dude.
Yeah. Trying to claim she didn't see those 3 links in the chat. Uh huh.
No, like, cause he said that he sent like Lou the link on Messenger. So I said, "Oh, send me one on Messenger," and I didn't. I wasn't. I had it on, and I was like doing the dishes, and I said I kept looking at the Messenger. I had the Messenger, and I was just listening to the chat. I wasn't looking in the chat. And then, like,
Next
all of a
time.
sudden, I looked at the time, and I was like, "Holy shit, it's late! I got to do my crossover." I got sidetracked. The last week, like was bad with like, I had a lot of things going on with because I was helping with like election stuff, and then like I was just done. Like I needed like mental health
Oh
break
yeah.
last week, and so this week I'm like kind of back to myself. So, yeah. So I look forward to joining them Sunday. But while we have you up here, Boomer, what is your take on I know you didn't see the video, right? Because you came
Well,
in
I
a little
saw the
after.
last 10 minutes of it.
Oh, okay. So it was
That's why I was like, "That's it. That's the end." Because you said, "All right, that's you were like,
oh yeah,
okay,
no, because
that's it," and
it's
I'm like, "Wait, all we get is 35-minute live stream tonight with a." I get to see the last 10 minutes of a 35-minute live stream. What the hell? And then I it took a minute because you know how there's a delay, right?
yeah, there's a
Between when
delay.
I type
Yeah,
something in there and then I hear you. I was like, oh wait, she's not done with the live stream. That was just the end of the video. And I
right,
was
because
like, okay,
I make the
yeah,
video. Of course, it's easier, right? I make the video on the topic because then I put it out for people who can't make the live stream. Other
right,
people, right, on the channel who
yeah,
don't do live streams. I put it out, It comes out after we finish this live stream. So I
Right.
play the whole thing. Sometimes I get sidetracked and I let the end play. So it was
But
just
I've always said, like, especially, since I'm more knowledgeable of the paranormal end of things because I've had more experiences with it, and I don't know much of anything about the science of it all or anything. So, but I've always said that it takes both to get the full picture. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't. Um.
You can't really know unless you're there doing it and living it.
Well, not just that, but like you can't always go on emotions and you can't always go on intellect. It takes a combination of intellect and emotion to be able to complete a task. Okay, you can't complete your task fully without using both those aspects. I mean, you need, like, you can't raise a family just on emotion because it'll be emotional chaos. You can't raise a family based on just intellect because you're going to be raising robots. So
right,
it takes an equal amount of both in order to actually understand what goes on in our universe. We need the science to tell us how things are done, and we need the emotional aspect of everything, which comes along with paranormal and stuff like that, to complete it all and make it,
It's the yin to the
you
yang.
know, right, exactly. I mean,
right,
that's just life in general. That's common knowledge that
Yep.
you need the good with the bad and vice versa because without one or the other is less appreciated. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
right,
Like, it's like the poem I wrote where you can't have the rose without the thorns because you'll never be able to appreciate the beauty of the rose. You can't have the dark without the light because you never be able to appreciate the light. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right,
Yep.
if everything was love, 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 light, 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 you,
It'd be
the
boring. Sorry.
meaning of it all wouldn't be there without a counterpart. You know what I'm saying?
right,
You got to have hate in life. You got to have love so that you can appreciate the love, knowing that there's always that hate waiting there for you. So the hate makes you appreciate the bad makes you appreciate the good. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So, like, what I mean, I don't know a lot because it's fairly new to me, that parapsychology and all that. I don't know a lot about it and stuff like that, but it seems like it makes sense because, especially, like, I've been watching a lot of these, like, I've been watching The Haunting of with Kim Risotto, I think her last name is, where, you know, so where was I going with that? Um, Popcorn time, guys. Uh,
yeah,
like, and there's other shows like, all right, Psychic Kids. All right, one aspect of Psychic Kids that they have in there that you don't see is they have an actual professional um psychiatrist in their
Right.
group, which is the science aspect of it. They have a medium. All right, I prefer Christopher over Chip, but they have the medium and they have they have the paranormal and they have the science,
right,
and they work together in assisting young people who understand what's going on.
right,
if you went to just a psychiatrist, they would be able to convince you you're just crazy, it's on your head, blah blah blah. And if you went just to the other side for you would think it was all paranormal stuff. Like they wouldn't be able to balance you out. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It would either be
Now, a
you're
lot of
crazy or
psychiatrists
all
say,
this stuff can be explained by sleep
Right.
paralysis. Like,
Yeah.
it's one or
Um.
the other. You're crazy or you're sleep deprived.
you
Right.
know,
There's a bit of science in everything. I mean, that's just a give. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
that's right. That's
Um.
what I said at the end. I said, listen,
Even like even
paranormal.
in
you know
religion.
yourself, when we was kids growing up, that they'd put us away if they knew what we
Right.
how it was. But nowadays, I think that they're coming around to the fact that there's more to it than what they thought, and they've kind of been opening their eyes to it more. I think
Right.
more than they did. And now, is it completely like that? No, but there's more.
Right.
There's
I
more
mean,
than just going around believing.
I like how she put that video together and everything. Like how like it illustrates that without one, the other one ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? It's like it
Right.
takes both of them to make it all work.
Right.
You know?
And like, and it just goes without saying when we're doing this paranormal stuff, we're
Right.
really being scientists. We do
Right.
exactly what scientists do
Exactly.
Right.
to get their hypothesis.
The
So,
science does impact paranormal or supernatural or whatever, however you want.
yes,
And the paranormal does impact science. You know, so you can't deny one or the other. You
Right.
know,
well,
although
that's
there's a
right.
lot of people that are more science orientated that will deny it, the supernatural side of things. But I just, let them drown in their own ignorance, I say.
Right.
But
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, because like some people have said to me, well, that nobody can prove it. And I said, no, that's not the case. Tons of people proved that
Yep.
paranormal exists. There's
Yep.
tons and tons.
oh, see, that's because they have a different idea on what qualifies as actual truth. You know what
Well,
I'm
And
saying?
right,
Like, if
that's
you can't
people
see
that
it, touch it.
didn't
If you
believe.
can't pick it up, then it doesn't exist. That's how the science mind works.
right.
So you're never
However,
going to convince them that that's truth. They're not
right.
going to see it as truth.
Well, you
Right.
can't see energy. There's
Right.
energy. Everything's made up of energy. You can't see it. They know there's energy.
Right.
But that's where the belief system comes in, right? And that's where faith comes in. And that's the difference between paranormal and science.
Right. And
The
another misconception is, some people have this preconceived idea that faith is only associated with like religion and things like that. And I'm like, I am the furthest from being a religious individual. I
Me
have
too.
faith in a lot of things. You know, I have
Go ahead
less
and say I
faith in the
believe.
human race than I do in, you know, other things. But faith doesn't to have faith doesn't necessarily mean you believe in the Bible or your creator is. No, that's not. I mean, you can have faith in that stuff, but you don't have to. It doesn't have to be religious orientated to have faith in something. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
And I think that's where science collides with supernatural or paranormal because it doesn't fit in religion. You know what
Well,
I'm saying?
I don't believe in the Bible 100% because it was written by man.
Right. Oh, that's another thing. I told Eddie about this, and I don't know if they jotted it down or not, Jen and Eddie, when we were doing that interview Sunday. On Instagram, there's a dude, I can't remember the channel name now, who speaks about the actual true beginning and things like that, that a lot of the religions, almost every religion, especially the Christianity, just totally left out of the actual true story. And, what we know as the Bible today is not what it was back then. It was much more, much deeper. And what they did is they basically just simplified it to suit their own ideas and things like that. They
Oh
broke it
yeah, well
down, left stuff out, things like that. So,
they added stuff that the Pope wanted at the time.
yeah,
Religious heads of state, let's say. The religious heads of state way back when, which mostly was the Pope, um, added and subtracted things that didn't fit into his idea
right.
or beliefs of
Yeah.
Christianity. So,
It didn't fit
um,
their agenda, so they
it
left it
didn't
out.
fit their agenda.
Yep.
And
Yep.
that's what I was kind of getting at with the science too. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't fit an agenda to, or it doesn't make anything, like, to them, it doesn't make an impact one way or the other if they say it exists or it doesn't. Um, so there's no reason for them to go out and really fully investigate
Right.
and say, well, yes, paranormal exists, Yeah, there's
Right.
ghosts everywhere. We proved it. They're not going to say that. It doesn't fit in with everything society has taught you up until now, right? So for them to go and change it,
Well,
it's
people
like,
be saying,
well, yeah,
they
just
don't went
fuck it.
crazy,
We'll let people believe what they want. They don't want, who gives a shit? Um,
Right.
they lump it in, I think, also a lot of it with religion, which science doesn't get into religion. So,
Right.
that's why. So when people say to me, well, they can't prove it, I go, who can't prove
Right. Who the fuck is they?
it? Who's they?
Like, just because
You
you
think the
can't prove it
government
because
is
you
gonna
don't know
tell you,
how.
yeah,
Right.
there's spirits all over? No, because they want to make money at the church, okay? Because the government,
Yep.
the buildings,
Yep.
all this, church is a big business. So
Yep.
they're not going to tell you everything we've told you up until
All
now
good.
is a bunch of hooey and we got to start all over.
Yep.
They're not doing that. you know,
Right.
they're just not.
And based
Um,
on these teachings from back then, like, all right, for one, when they say Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, you know who the Holy Ghost is? The mother. There's a father in every family. There's a father, a son, and a mother. Okay. Well, they
right?
took out mother and put in Holy Ghost. Well, Holy Spirit, which later became Holy Ghost, or vice versa, one or the other. And also Jesus Christ was viewed as the Antichrist. He wasn't preaching the word of God. He was preaching against God. He was telling everybody, shed it all, and you're the gods of this earth. That's what his teachings were, trying to teach everybody that they are the the gods, we the humans. And so that was going against what the Christian Bible says today. you know
yeah,
but this guy is very interesting, and he preaches on things that I've always felt and believed my whole life, and finally there's somebody out there that can speak it in a way that I was never able to. This I wish I could remember his fucking name. I said it to Jen and Ed on Sunday. I don't know if she wrote it down or not, but you should
If you
check out
remember,
that
Jen,
Instagram channel.
shove it in the chat.
Yeah, if you wrote that down, Jen, can you type it in the chat? Because I'm using both my phones right now. I don't want to mess something up. Morgue official. Yes, that's James T. Got it. Morgue official
Oh,
is his channel on you. Oh, it's also the same. It's one word. It's one word on Instagram, but it's the same name. Morgue official. One word on Instagram, and that's him on YouTube. So James knows what I'm talking about.
yes, James.
Yes, exactly, James. James got it. Yeah, because that's the same name on Instagram, except it's all one word. But this guy is like, he blew my mind, you know? Oh,
Oh
so
yeah,
it's
it's
one
one
word.
word on YouTube too. He just
Oh, okay.
okay.
All right.
So
Morgue
yeah,
official.
so I could probably put the link
Well,
in
I never found a YouTube channel on him, but I follow him on Instagram. He just popped up one day on my For You page, and I watched one of his videos, and I'm like, damn, this guy really sounds like he knows what he's talking about, you know? So I liked that video, and then I saw two or three more, and I'm like, I gotta follow this guy.
there.
I gotta follow this guy. But all right,
But yeah,
so
he has
yeah, there's the link in it.
481K subscribers on YouTube. Holy crow.
Yeah, I don't think he has that many on Instagram, but I mean, to me, he sounds like yes, he has done quite a bit of research, and all the information he gives out is on the internet. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like I can't believe I didn't, come across this guy before, but that's one reason why I decided. Look, I'm gonna try to ease my way back into doing what I used to do, because like I did have some doubts and apprehensions because of the widespread beliefs of being you know not devil's work per se, but
No,
not
it's just
it's
society.
like
I Hey
so
Carl, I
yeah,
say it's fitting into society's box,
yeah.
you know? So
Hey
after you
Colt,
hear for so long, like no, 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 no,
yeah,
you go, okay, forget it. I'm not doing it. You know? I think it's no, 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 nobody believes it. But it's just getting out of the box that society put you in. Is how
right,
I see.
yep,
That's kind of why I slacked off because family had some issues with it. Not my immediate family, but some others.
yeah,
So I kind of backed out of it a little bit. But it's hard to back out of something that you've done all your life, or that you know yourself that it's there, and that you. It's just hard to let it go. To
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I stopped.
I mean, you can't
I
ignore it,
stopped
you know.
giving a crap, you know? And once I really stopped giving a crap and really just believing in it and like the last 6 months, I've been really, practicing and doing things and, you know, um, trying to hone in on the hearing them and, all this stuff and seeing in my mind's eye what they're showing me, and I've been really working on, and I really don't give a crap. Like like all of a sudden I'm like,
Yeah,
I don't care. Like, I never would mention things, like in front of my family
right.
before, whatever. And I literally don't care. Like I was sitting there and I
Well,
didn't
like I
even
said, it
realize.
took me nearly 30 years to actually go public with it myself, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't
I,
it did me too.
I didn't realize I had anybody I could talk to about it because I didn't discover until after I got public that my mom was very familiar with it. She would never talk about it either. So it was like there was no communication between me and others in my family that would allow me to think that I could talk about it. Because
Right.
if they, the ones that
What'd you do, my head spills?
is and were a part of it weren't talking about it because of their own, apprehensions and stuff. It didn't allow me to be able to open up to it either. Because my dad immediately shut it down with me. You know, like my dad wanted nothing to do with it, but I guess that was all because of some experience he had with a Ouija board when he was a kid, blah, 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 or whatever. And so anything like that was taboo, blah, 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 blah. And he just, anytime I opened my mouth, he'd shut me down. So for my whole life, I was carrying a secret, until 15 years ago, I started going public with it. Well, not 15, 9 years ago. It was 2015 when I finally started going public with it. So I was in my 40s, you know, um, before I even started talking to others about it, and I had no idea how um widespread it was until I started meeting people on YouTube about it. It's like, wow, my whole life I thought it was just me. I was just some crazy kid with this weird power or whatever. Yeah, I've seen the TV shows, the psychic mediums, things like that, and stuff that happened back in the 70s where the government got involved with people testing them and doing cruel shit to them and stuff like that because they claimed some power or whatever. And that's another thing that kept me from, I didn't want to be locked up somewhere, being poked and prodded and tested,
Right,
Yeah.
right.
But
I fully agree
you
with
know,
you on that because that was my worry.
right,
I mean, they put you away and then they would start testing you, putting you, hooking
mhm,
you up to this and that. And yeah,
yeah,
no, I didn't want no part of that.
No. Well, and recently, like I said, in the last 6 months, and I really don't care. Like, I don't care. If a spirit stops me in the street, I fucking talk to that spirit. I won't be
hmm,
yelling, but I'll be like, oh, hey, I'm walking. Obviously, if anybody's looking at me, they're like, it's a chick talking to herself. I don't give a shit if they think I'm talking
right,
to myself. Who they gonna tell? I don't know,
right.
like nobody,
So
right?
I'm still a
So
little
I'm walking, the
apprehensive.
spirit's like talking to me, and I'm like, do you want to
Right,
cross over? I go, okay, talk to my spirit guides. It's no problem. We do that later. It's fine. We'll
uh,
cross you.
yeah.
And I
I'm a
keep
little
walking. I
apprehensive
don't
about
give
that still, though.
two crap. The other
Yeah, I
day,
don't
I
do
was
all that.
outside with my sister and my aunt. This was a few months ago. I don't know, 3 months ago. I don't even remember when it was. They brought it up to me. I didn't because I didn't even notice it. But my sister and I were talking, and I guess there was a moment of silence. And this ghost was like talking my ear off like the whole time I was sitting there. So I was like, Steph, give me 1 second. Like, what do you want? And I talked to him, whatever we said. And then I went back to the conversation with her. And, so anyway, so my daughter, I don't know if you know, Boomer, called the state on me and said that I was crazy and I was seeing and hearing
Mm,
things that weren't there and all this bullshit. They don't
Yeah,
talk to me anymore. None,
this just happened
my
recently.
aunt will talk to
mm,
me a little, whatever. My aunt has it too. She just won't. She's old. She's in her 60s,
right,
late
right,
60s, right? So she won't be so open about it, but I'm not
right,
hiding it anymore, and I don't give a shit what anybody thinks.
right.
That's it. Yeah, my mom used to say that to me, that someone who take me away when I was a kid in the 70s. Yeah, my mother would tell me, it's just deja vu. Shut your mouth. They're going to put you in the funny farm. And I was
Uh,
like, whatever.
mm,
Um, so I did. I shut my mouth all that time. Now I'm not shutting my mouth anymore.
right,
If somebody can believe, in UFOs, they don't tell the UFO people they're crazy or, all this stuff. I mean, they might say they're crazy, but
right.
they don't they don't extraterrestrials, they don't browbeat as much as the paranormal. I'm not sure why, but I feel that that is the case, you know? Like that they're harder on people who talk to their spirit guides than people who believe
Mhm.
that there's life on other planets and that they've seen them
Right.
or they can
Well, that's
communicate with them.
because that's the way we're designed. We're designed to only believe in what's tangible. You know, that society has installed that in us. You
Yeah.
know, we're just programmed to believe in what we see and touch. And it's more, you know, likely that, yeah, there's a physical being living in some other part of the galaxy, you know, than it is to believe that there's spirit energy out there living in a different plane.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Then
saying?
then
Because
then your mother who passed away coming down from the heavens and telling you, you know, did you do this? Nobody wants to
yeah,
believe that, but
yeah,
I
yeah,
heard my mother's voice one day. She came here and she told me, "You're going to give the spirits this and you're not going to make me coffee." And it was like 10 o'clock at night. Well, you better believe I fucking made my mother coffee. I don't care if it was
uh,
in my mind or not. I still made my mother coffee. And that's it.
yeah.
You know?
I mean, like I've always said, I don't care who you are, or where you're from, or what your beliefs are. Like whatever, whatever helps you get through the day, and whatever helps you sleep at night, believe in it. I don't care if it contradicts my beliefs or not. Just don't take that away from me. Just don't take mine away to be able to have yours. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like it. Just don't come up to me and tell me I'm full of shit, you know, just because you don't believe it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what annoyed me because I guess I read something and they were like, well, you know, because the paranormal doesn't exist. I go, who the fuck said that? Where'd you get
Right,
that quote from? Right. And that's what made me think, I don't, like you said, you need the science because that's how we're scientists, paranormal
right,
investigators. We're scientists. We do the research, we get data, we do all these experiments, right? Lights and this and that and devices and our own self and all
right.
this stuff to get the data and the proof. So we're scientists just as much as the scientists are that are going to prove that, electric current can go through water, whatever. It's the same thing. Everybody's doing
Right.
their own experiments, but it's also like, like I said, on belief. But, we're not everybody is going to believe it, and not everybody's going to want to, regardless. Even if science came out and said, yeah, paranormal spirits exist as energy on this plane, or they can go in between planes, whatever they'll say, right? There'll still be people who won't believe it.
Yeah.
So, do they really have to come out and say it? No, it doesn't matter because some people will still never believe it. Just like
Hmm.
some people will never believe that, politicians are corrupt or that, the government's out to get you. No, you know,
Yeah.
or that, that not everything in the Bible is true. They won't believe. No, everything's true. They'll always, no matter what, there'll always be somebody who is going to have a different opinion. But
Yeah.
because you have that different opinion, does not make yours wrong or mine wrong. We
Right.
can
It doesn't
coexist
devalue
with
your
our
opinion.
opinions
Right.
without, you know, saying you're crazy or you're crazy. To me, I think people who don't believe in spirits and don't talk to their spirit guides and don't believe in their sixth sense or what they're hearing in their head, I think they're crazy. So, but I don't sit there and tell everybody you're fucking all crazy, I don't bother
Right.
them. And I don't want them to bother me because it's my belief. I don't tell you what to believe in. Don't tell me what to believe in. Just because you don't believe in it doesn't make me wrong.
Right.
You know,
Yep.
because you don't know that I'm wrong. And then when your butt goes up there, are you gonna come apologize? Like, oh shit,
I mean, that's the one thing I love saying to these people that say, "No, you can't prove it's real, so it's not real." I'm like, "Well, you can't prove it isn't real.
Right,
Like you can never prove that something does not exist.
right,
That's impossible. That's the only thing in this world that is impossible to do, unattainable to do, is to prove something doesn't exist." You know
right.
what I'm saying? So, they're all like, "Well, you can't prove it, then it doesn't exist." I'm like, "Well, why don't you prove to me that it doesn't exist? Can you do that?" "Well, yeah, through science it can." I'm like, "No, science tells you what is there. Science tells you the tangible things that are there. It doesn't tell you what isn't there.
Right.
No amount of science can tell you that something isn't there. Air
And
is
we all
there.
know
Can you
that
see it? Can
science,
you touch it? Do you believe that we breathe in air? But you can't see it. You can't touch it. It exists. Why do you believe air exists but not something else?
right?
Like it's not. You know.
Yeah, and not only that, we know science is never exact, and we know they make mistakes, right?
Right.
Because
That's
listen,
the biggest oxymoron in the world. Oh, this is an exact science. Well, that's kind of not even science is exact. You know what I'm saying?
right?
Like,
Because look, I always bring the example up of Pluto. When I was in school,
right.
and for tons of years, Pluto
Yep.
was a damn planet in our solar
And
system.
science
Then it
told
changed
us
from
that.
a planet to a dwarf planet. It's a dwarf planet. Difference between a planet and a dwarf planet. Okay, now all of a sudden it's a
Right.
goddamn rock. Well, make up your
Right.
fucking mind.
It's a star. But
Like, make up
that's
your
what
fucking mind.
science is
What
doing.
is Pluto?
Science can contradict science, just like the Bible can contradict itself. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? It's like
Yep.
you can't put hard fact in science. Science is a tool, not the. You know, it's just one small part of discovering an existence of something.
right,
There's a lot more involved in the discovery of existences than just the science. You know what I'm saying?
right. Well, that's what I'm saying. And science can be wrong. The data
Yep.
they were able to obtain way back when was that it was a planet. Now technology gets better, things get better, people are more open-minded, whatever the
Oh,
case may be.
let's use the word advanced. Not necessarily better, but
Okay,
advanced.
advanced. You're right.
But the
When
advanced
things get more
technology.
advanced, like the
Yeah.
telescope. Well, the telescopes did
Yeah.
get better, though. Come on. The telescopes got more advanced. Now they can really, look at the universe from a different lens. Let's say the
Wow, I
telescope,
didn't
right?
know that. Check out what
So
James just said. I never knew that.
you
Was
know
that
what?
the Incas? Weren't the Incas in South America? Weren't they the ones that like knew all this stuff before we discovered it thousands of years later or something?
wow, I didn't know that, James. Well, you know what? They didn't believe them probably because they're like, well, how do they know? They didn't have a telescope, and so they were
That
poo-pooed
Inca
Aztecs,
words
like
yes,
in
we
the
the
Incas
are,
and
like
Aztecs.
we're
Yeah,
poo-pooed, like, oh well, I
that's
can't see the ghost standing there. Well, okay.
that Inca words in the
what's that, Mary?
I said that eat their words when they found out
Poo-poo.
the
Right.
yeah.
Sorry.
What are you laughing at, me?
I know, I was laughing at myself using the word poo-poo. They just poo-poo us.
I just been listening. I agree with what you guys were saying.
Uh-huh. Well, you could talk for a second. I'm gonna make a cigarette, so I'm gonna put the mic off, you know.
Put the what on?
Camera.
I'm gonna put the camera and mic off so I can make a cigarette and it's not noisy, because
Oh, okay.
mine is noisier than Boomer's is.
Mine? Really? Oh, you got an electric one too?
Yes, I do. I have a little electric one I got for $15 off Amazon.
Really?
I got two for
I know
$15.
she got it cheap, didn't she, Boomer? Because they're not cheap.
Yeah, the one I got, well, for me it was free. It was given to me. But the person that bought it and gave it to the other person who gave it to me, person that bought it paid $180 for it.
Oh yeah, they have deluxe ones,
But
but
They're not cheap.
yeah, they're not cheap. But I got one off Amazon for $15. Well, Mary got me my first one. God bless Mary. Mary got me my first one. It was $19. And it lasted about 6 months and the button went. So then I went on Amazon and I got another one. But then I said, no, if they're gonna go every 6 months, I'm gonna need two, right? Just in
so you
case.
got the ones with the button
It's a button. You press the button
instead of a lever? Yeah,
yeah.
that's why. Because
I got the one with the lever, but it didn't stuff them well. And I ended up returning it to Amazon because it was like the cigarette. I burnt a hole in every single shirt and pants that I basically own because it wouldn't tighten it. So these little ones with the button for $15. So $15. So far, this one's going 6 months, so it's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I've had this one. Let's see. I don't know how long they had it. Well, it was still boxed when she gave it to me, but I've had it since I was in. When would I go to New Jersey? 2022 was it? Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
It was right after we did Gettysburg, so I've had it for 2 years and never had an issue with it. So.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, like
I've heard the button ones just don't last long anyway.
23.
Yeah, the buttons will go after a while, but you know what? $15 is still less than a pack of cigarettes in New York.
Yeah, right?
So if the machine lasts me for 6 months to a year and I have to get another $15 machine, it's okay, you know, like, but anyway, I have a backup now. So I got two for 30 and this one's been going and it's fine. I like it. It's just a little noisy.
Right.
It's like the energy bunny. Keeps going.
You mean Energizer Bunny?
Yep.
I wish I was that bunny.
Me too. I wish I was. I don't have no energy.
That's what I love and hate about cab stuff. Like, where does this fucking energy come from? I wish I had that energy. You know, he's like my mom. My mom is 82 years old. She's been to hell and back more times than I could count. All right, and she's been in car accidents. She's suffered physical abuse to her. You know, like she's had more operations than anybody I know. Reconstructive hips, replacements, and that. Like, and she still like moves better than I do. I'm like, I was talking to my niece the other day. She says she don't even use her cane around the house, which she should be, but she refuses to because she's at like I don't know where it comes from. Like she's doing better than I am, and she's 82 fucking years old.
Yeah, my grandmother, God bless her, guys. My grandmother's 96. She turned 96 in July. I mean, she's in the nursing home, but because the only reason why she's in the nursing home is because she fell off her bed Okay, she basically sat up to drink water and then was like debating on whether
Right.
she should get up and fell asleep and fell over and fell off the bed because she fell asleep sitting up
Right.
and she broke her hip. And they operated on her at 93. But then she broke it again, and now like they're like, no, we can't put her under anesthesia at 96. So the only reason why she's
Right.
in the nursing home is because she can't walk, so she has to be in a wheelchair. And her home, she lives on the second floor. She can't be in her house because nobody can wash her,
Right.
lift her, take her anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, so she's only in the nursing home for that. She has all her wits
Well,
about her. She doesn't have any other health problems. She sits there doing
no.
puzzles and playing bingo and all this shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And
Wait
all
No,
a
the
they
way
have
up
minute.
to
place.
93, this is what kills me. All the way up to 93, right before she broke her hip, she was going to church, walking up and down her stairs, because I said she
Right.
lived on the second floor, by herself, no help, just holding onto the handrail.
Mhm.
I walk up those stairs to see my
It's
aunt.
that.
I want to die when I get to the top of those stairs. I'm so freaking
Right.
tired.
It's that
I'm like, what
Sicilian
the
blood,
hell?
right? She's Sicilian, right?
No, that's my Greek grandma.
Oh, your Greek. Oh, wow. The Greeks aren't much different. Like they got that Greek blood. Just like
Yep.
I think the average lifespan of a Greek is probably 85 to 90 anyway. He's like,
Yeah. Well, my
motherfucker,
mother's
forever.
cousin.
God
Um,
damn.
she just turned. I think my aunt said 89. God bless her.
Mm-hmm.
She's walking around. We just met her for
Right.
her her granddaughter had a recital at the Greek school, so we went to
Right.
see the recital. She played an angel or something, and
Yeah.
I can't understand it because it was all
I
Greek.
think my
It's all
mom's
Greek
gonna
to
help her
me
look
anyway.
up.
They and she's walking around talking. She looks great. I'm like, what the fuck? I can't do that. I'm not even 50.
Right. Hey
I gotta
James, I
sit.
think
I
there's
can't
places.
bend.
If I remember right, not to cut you off, I want
Go ahead.
what James said here. Um, I heard of places like there's places like that in Panama that they told us about that if we ever stumbled across those areas, like to get the fuck out like right quick. And I think maybe that has something to do with what uh you were talking about there. So I don't know.
Yeah, they won't let you go to it
Um,
because then it would prove something that they don't want to be known, James, I think, too.
well, not just that, but they want to be able to preserve places like that so that I mean, obviously somebody has discovered it and found proof of them, or else we wouldn't know about it. But by keeping nosy bodies out of there, one, they don't destroy the place and things like
Well, yeah, that of
that.
course, but
Perfect. But
the fact that they wouldn't
and most
really
of them are
say, okay, this is all the stuff we
yeah,
found, you know,
yeah. Some are
they don't
protected by spiritual beings anyway, so I wouldn't fuck with them anyway.
know, right, exactly. But
There's some
but now they're
crazy
doing different things. I
doctor.
just saw a whole thing on. Do you know they're scanning the mummies?
Oh
Did
yeah,
they,
they've been
they're
doing it for a while. Like they X-ray them to see if there's actually like
not
stuff
X-rays.
in
They're
them and
giving
stuff.
them this special MRI so that they could see everything.
Right.
Can reconstruct exactly what they
Well,
look like. They could
an
tell you what they died
MRI
from.
is basically X-ray anyway.
Yeah,
It's just more advanced and sees more detail.
yeah. And like
Yeah. They've been-
because they were wondering like even how like some of these mummies got into the cases because there's no seams, and they're like, how the frick did they get the mummy in the case if there's no seams? Like, um So they even discovered how like some of them were made, and it was super interesting. But that's if someone wants to investigate it, right? And take their time to figure out how
These
and
people
why
obviously
things
never
are,
saw
right?
the movie. These people obviously never saw the movie Mummy, because if they did, they wouldn't be fucking them shits.
That's right.
They'd be worried about getting cursed and shit.
Well,
For me, I let things lie. I mean, leave well enough alone. Why dig it up and examine it and all that and everything? Because you're literally disrespecting somebody's burial ground. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't believe in archaeology and shit. I mean, yeah, it has given us insight as to how things were back then and things like that, but who needs
I
all
think,
that? Like,
I
I
think
don't
animal
care.
fossils are a little different than scanning
Well,
mummies.
no, I'm
Like,
talking about people out there digging up deserts to find hidden cities and
oh,
exhuming mummies and things like that were, breaking into tombs
oh yeah,
under the name of science. I'm like, that just to me is wrong. If you happen to stumble across something, you're out doing something or whatever, and you want to find out what it is, that's one thing. But
right. You find a rock that has like a weird fossil you never seen.
right, when you're disturbing somebody's resting place, it's wrong. I
Right.
don't, unless your intentions is to exhume and then uh um
Rebury it where it's safe. Yeah.
right, put it somewhere, you know. But see, that's why I want to be cremated and my ashes spread wherever the fuck the wind takes them, because I don't want 50, 60, 70 years from now somebody digging my body up, because I'm buried in a plot somewhere that's been long forgotten or whatever, and some new space dude comes over and says, "Oh, look, there's a body here." Yeah.
Well, and that's like, even like I'm always surprised though the spirits get mad too, like if they're like forgotten. So I went to this one place.
What's that squeaking?
I don't
I
know,
heard,
is it me?
oh, it's like a
I'm
weird squawking or something, like somebody trying to talk to somebody's mic.
I'm not close to my mic.
That you didn't hear that?
Yeah.
All that. Was that Mary?
I'm
Was Mary?
not doing
Oh,
nothing.
Mary. You got your phone near your microphone?
I don't.
She's using her
I'm
phone, but she's
using my
probably
phone.
when you move your
Oh,
phone.
I don't.
it sounds like
I
feedback or something.
don't
Electrical
know.
feedback.
Here, I'll mute.
You know how like when you take two walkie talkies and put them together? That's what it sounded
Yeah.
like.
Okay. Um, what I was saying is I went to this place. I did it on live stream with Danny. And basically what they did was there was a homestead and it had a family burial plot, right? And they wanted to build the
Hey
apartment
Kim.
building. Hey Kim, they wanted to build apartment buildings there. And they didn't want to move the bodies. At least they had that
It
much
sounds
sense.
like something out of Poltergeist.
No, but it's a true
That's the
story.
exact plot of Poltergeist right there.
So what they did was they built the buildings and they left the bodies in the courtyard, but they took the tombstones and they just put a rock so the city knows that they're buried there. But all the people who live there and all this stuff don't know that their courtyard is a graveyard.
Mm.
And so
Oh, they
I
didn't
went
build the
there.
buildings on top of the graves.
No,
They're just built near
they're built like,
there.
so
Okay.
there's a big humongous
Around it.
building and you come out
Right.
of the building and there's a little
And
patch
there's
of
a
grass,
courtyard.
the
Right.
courtyard, and then you go
Yeah.
out of the
Okay.
gated area, right? Because they're all big, humongous, like
Okay.
projects. They're projects, and in the
Right.
front of each bunch of projects. There's a little courtyard. In that little courtyard, there's a whole bunch of bodies buried.
With little stone markers,
Nope.
or the markers are gone now.
They took everything.
Okay.
When they built it, they just planted grass. They left one big rock just so I guess the city would remember. I don't freaking know.
Okay.
And they didn't tell anybody. And they built them.
Well, how
And
do you know about it then if they didn't tell nobody?
I went back to the historical records because I was looking for forgotten
Oh,
cemeteries and stuff. And I saw that there was a cemetery there. And they're like, it's you'll know it because it's has a big rock as a marker. I'm like, a rock as a, like, you
just
don't
to
have a
mark the
plaque
general
there? You don't
area.
have anything?
Okay.
And
So,
no, because they don't want people to know, because people don't want to live with like a graveyard, right? In with a graveyard, because that's basically what you're doing. So unless you look up the historical records, you're not gonna know that there's bodies there, you know? There's no markers. There's nothing to say this was a cemetery. So yeah, and we talked to them on the live stream, like with the Danny put the spirit box on and he had that in his ears, and I was asking questions. He was saying what they were saying. He's like, I don't know, what are they talking about? Because I told them, because they told us they owned all this land, which when I looked it up, they did. That whole family owned all that land there near Astoria Park, near the water. And they asked me, because everything changed, of course, is the water still there? I'm like, of course the water's still there. It's the East River. Like, yes, it's still there. But then they said we had all these pigs, and I was like, did you have painting pigs? And they're like, pigs just roll around in mud. And I'm like, no. And I played a video for them of painting pigs, and these spirits, they're funny. But they were there. They just, nobody knows that these spirits are sitting there,
well, now we know.
yeah, now you know. Now you know. And so I went to another place too, which you saw that because I showed you a little clip of that weird, like, phantom bird or whatever it was, of that cemetery. That's, a family cemetery that they made
shadow
into.
image going up the fire escape.
Yeah,
That
that
one.
they made that
That was
cemetery.
pretty cool.
Yeah, they made it a community garden, but at least they left the tombstones there and whatever. But they made it a community garden. There, at least their tombstones are there. People know they're there, but people don't go to visit them. They go, and that was one of the most. That family was one of the most, like, they did the most for the community. To build up the community in Queens and whatever. That family, those two families.
Right.
Interesting history and stuff, but they don't even know they're there. But so it's just as bad to leave the bodies and build stuff right on top of it and just not even give them any credit, that they're there. Then
Well, I mean,
to
if you
move
think
that.
about it, I mean, like, throughout history, like, there's been mass graves and people just buried wherever they fall and things like that all through history. So,
Yeah.
I mean, the way I see it, it's like in cases like that. Now, if it's not a sacred land, which makes a difference. Like let's say, like, through the Oregon Trail, you could probably go 10 yards either way in any direction and find, discover a body buried that they died and just got planted where they fell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the way I see it, a body is just a body. There's nothing to it. Like, the spirit isn't in the body. It's just a vessel. So, I mean, if you're not maliciously desecrating it or anything, I mean, I think it's fine to just leave it there. It's just bone. You know what I'm saying?
No,
The
it is
flesh
fine
is
to leave it there.
gone. The flesh is gone. The bone. Eventually, all that is going to deteriorate and become part of the earth anyway. everywhere we step on this earth, we're probably stepping on somebody's remains.
Yeah.
It's just not in the form that it would be when it's freshly, buried or whatever. I mean, pieces of people have been washed out from floods and things like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's why I never understood the movie Poltergeist, why that would be such a, why that would be the reason for the haunting and stuff like that. Because to me, it's just flesh and bone rotting in the
Right.
ground. There's like
Well,
the spirit's not there. Yeah, we do. Our spirits do become attached to our physical vessels, emotionally, and
yeah.
it is kind of disturbing to see. But like, I mean, if there was a like the cemetery across the street. Now, yeah, it costs a lot of fucking money to relocate every single fucking body, if they wanted to build on that land, right? Now, as long as you don't plan on digging out a big ass basement, all right, and you're just laying top cement, laying a top foundation, like I don't think it should matter if there's bodies under it or not. You know what
No.
I'm saying?
But
It's just a body, like
right.
it, like an old ship in the sea.
Right.
You
But you know what
know,
I realized
but
talking to those spirits and the other ones from another cemetery that wasn't marked? It was the fact that all they did their whole lives were forgotten. Like there's no, at least if there was like a historical marker, I mean, those people owned half of Astoria. They
yeah, yeah.
ran all the mills. They gave everybody jobs.
Oh, so it was a
It was
family
the point
plot.
of being forgotten and being treated so like
Yeah,
nothing. Like I'm gonna build an apartment building over that, and fuck you. I'm not even gonna put a marker. It was more
yeah,
that
no,
for them than it was. They know,
right,
they
right,
understand
right.
progress. Like I said, they owned half the. But give some credit where credit's due, kind of thing.
Yeah,
From what I understood from them, that was their feelings on it.
right.
Not so much. No, they understood about progress.
Yeah, I
I think
understand
all they wanted
that.
was a
Like,
freaking marker and like, hey,
right.
you
They
know,
want to be remembered for who they were and, at
what
least be
they did for
acknowledged that
society.
they're
And that's what
there.
everybody wants, I
Right,
think.
yeah,
And a lot
yeah.
of spirits, I'll hear them say, remember me. Like, because it's like I was
I
here,
mean, as far as I'm
50
concerned,
years, and what, you know, like I didn't
right.
make any impact that nobody's going to remember
If,
me. I think that's a
if,
lot of, and of course, that's a society thing too that you bring with you, but people do bring
right.
that from life into death.
If I wasn't going to be cremated, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if I was buried in the ground in a cemetery that after so many years wasn't, couldn't be used anymore, and they wanted to build on. I could give two shits if somebody laid 6 inches of concrete over me. It's
Right,
like, what do I care? It's like, I mean, I'm not gonna haunt you because you decide to build a fucking house on my grave. It's like, what's the difference if I'm buried under dirt or buried under cement?
right,
Half the buildings in New York have bodies either in them or under them anyway.
right,
Okay, that's what they call mob cemeteries. Okay, it's a mob cemetery. You go
yeah,
to a construction site where they're laying fresh fucking cement for a foundation. You gotta get rid of somebody real quick that's never gonna be seen because you're not gonna tear down a body to dig or tear down a building to dig up a body. So
right,
boom, there it's no different than that. It's like shit, you know. The circumstances of an individual's death is what determines a haunting, what type of haunting, and things like that. It's the
yeah,
circumstances of the death, not the circumstances afterward. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, I'd
Well,
be
like I
pissed
said,
off
from
if
what I
somebody
under,
whacked me and cemented me into somebody's wall. Yeah, I'd be pissed off.
right.
But if I died, natural causes or whatever, like if the aftermath of my death, I'm not going to worry about what happens after that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I was murdered, that's where it would be, you know, that's where it would affect, you know, my spirit.
Right.
Having my life taken from me and then just discarded somewhere, yeah, that would piss me off.
Yeah.
But if I was hit by a car and died or whatever, and they buried me in the plot, which won't happen anyway because I'm gonna be cremated. But they bury me in the plot. 40 years, 50 years down the line, they decide they can't use that for a cemetery anymore. We're gonna build on it. They lay some concrete over me and put a fucking building on it. You think I'm gonna give a fuck? No. My time was done.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't kill me and bury me in the cement.
Right.
Okay. I was already dead for 30 years, 40 years, and they decided to build on top of me. I'm not going to be mad about that. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? So that's what doesn't make sense to me about that whole poltergeist thing. I mean, if it was sacred ground, like an Indian burial ground, I could see upsetting the spirits by doing that.
Yeah.
But if it's a regular old cemetery where, all right, we've exhausted, like we can't bury here no more. So, and some of the developer wants to use the land, yeah, I can cement over that shit, build on top of it. Who's going to care? They've been dead for hundreds of years. You know what I'm saying? They're no
Oh,
longer
that's
there. It's
true.
just they're going to be part of the earth eventually anyway. Eventually, their bones will deteriorate to powder, blah 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 blah, and just become part of the earth. We're walking on people every time we step outside.
Yeah.
We're walking on somebody's remains
Yeah.
somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Because
And
after a while, it turns to, it's like that's the part of the Bible that does kind of make sense to me. We come from the earth and then become part of the
we
earth,
go we
kind of
go
thing. You
back.
know what I'm saying?
We're made from it and then we go back to it.
Right. Right. I mean, if I
Yeah.
walk outside right now and I'm walking down the sidewalk, I could very well be walking over somebody's remains that was buried there 300 years ago
Right.
before the Elmira existed. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? So I
Right.
don't,
And that's what they weren't,
but
like I said, they weren't upset about the progress or people building. They weren't haunting people. They were
right, right.
upset about the
Just
fact
for,
that the
they were,
the
yeah,
nobody
they
remembered
didn't,
or cared enough to put a
right,
plaque to say these people built up
right.
all of Astoria,
Well,
and now
I mean, that's something
because
you
of
ought
them,
to,
basically, that's why you can have these
yeah,
buildings
maybe you
here.
ought to write a letter to your congressman or something, and say, hey, I think these people
Well,
at least deserve a plaque here. Let
that's what
people
I was
know,
thinking that we
like,
should that's what I was thinking them
yeah,
to go to, and I've been looking for more of them. And just to go to the city and be like, hey, can't we just put a memorial plaque? I mean, these people had farms. They owned like half the land. Like, say something. Even the cemetery where they have like, oh, this is the Jackson Moore Cemetery. It was established in 1733. It's the oldest cemetery supposedly, but not really. But it's the oldest cemetery that still has tombstones and that people know about. Um, and it doesn't give the history of what those people did. You have to go searching. Why not just put a freaking plaque and say, you know, like, I don't know. It's weird. It's
oh, I
weird.
didn't know all that about the movie. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
I never really read too much back history on that movie or anything, but the plot I understood was that the city removed headstones from a burial place without removing the bodies, and they built the housing district over the top. That I mean, with that, I don't really see a big deal of it. but I didn't know it was all that, and they just changed the whole scenario.
Well,
Mary,
and a
we
lot
bore
of
you to
things
death yet?
I don't know, like now there's so much more knowledge of things, and I think that people are, especially there's a lot more spiritual people around, right? So if I was going to make a show like about ghosts and stuff and spirits, I would do like more research than just the taboo bullshit that they
Right,
do for these
right,
shows. Like, oh,
yeah,
the reason why they're stuck here is because they have unfinished business. That is the most
right,
hooey, stupidest thing ever because we know that's not the case. And I
right,
just wish they would do more research. Like, people, they're never stuck here. They didn't leave on purpose for whatever reason. They wanted to stay and watch over a loved one. Because
right,
the light, when you die, everybody is going to go. There's a light there. You can either choose to go into it. God gave you free will. You either go or you don't. That's
right,
fucking up to you, right? So God doesn't keep you here to teach you a lesson. If you cross over, then you go to purgatory to whatever, finish your unfinished business. So I hate that when they say that. That's my biggest pet peeve. Like, oh, the ghost is stuck here because we have unfinished business. And as soon as we figure out what it is, we're gonna cross over. That doesn't happen. Like, so it annoys me. I'm
yeah,
like, I wish they would just like get better plots and like talk to people who actually deal with spirits instead of making up some crazy shit, you know?
right.
Anyway. That was my pet peeve because I was watching a show. And I like the show itself because I like the actors and stuff. But just some things just annoy me.
What one is that?
It's called Ghosts. It's a show called Ghosts. And it's on its fourth season now. So I watched all of
Mhm.
them. And it's like, they're stuck. They can't go past the property line. They each have a ghostly superpower. And it's just, I'm like, okay, it's a fun story, but none of it, like almost none of it correlates to real life. And I'm just like, why? Why didn't they ask somebody? Like something, make one thing real, you know?
Right, right.
It just annoyed me.
Do a little more research. How you doing, Kim?
That's my cigarette machine.
So yeah, um, well, I briefly mentioned the other day, in your chat, um, once I get all this other shit squared away and figure out what's going on, I'm hoping we don't get much snow anytime soon. But I was thinking about, um, one of these days
Oh, you were going to go to the
going
cemetery,
over
right?
to, yeah, I was gonna go do like a little walk around over in the cemetery and try to, do what I used to do. Um, you know, like people come in, if somebody comes in the chat and I pick up on something, do a little reading with them or whatever, you know, whatever comes to me. I just figure if I was like, you know, doing a walk around in the cemetery, it might open me up a little bit more to be able to, you know, receive better or whatever. Better than sitting here in my fucking bedroom, like
Well, yeah,
see what comes to me. And,
if you
you know,
if you can go out, even if you're out in
yeah,
the front yard, like you said, there's probably somebody buried there. You could talk to.
yeah.
And
Well,
I
no,
always
not
remember
just
that
that, but
story of the girl that you crossed that was you were just in front of the house, right? And she was across the street walking and you thought she was real and you asked
oh,
if she needed help.
yeah,
I never forget that story. You can see them anywhere
that
and
was,
talk to them anywhere, right?
yeah, pretty much. Well, in that case, like, it just happened to be that that was the place of her demise, was across the street from the house.
Right.
Apparently a car accident or whatever back in the 50s. But yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Just because somebody's buried somewhere doesn't make it haunted either.
Right.
But I just thought that, because I tend to feel more at ease when I'm like in a cemetery. I don't know why. Like,
Yeah.
because I used to go over to National Cemetery and just walk around to try to clear my head and get, and feel, you know,
Well,
at
also
ease.
the cemeteries are a
I feel
better
more serene,
right, and the
in a
cemeteries are a
cemetery.
better place. I feel to if you want to do anything paranormal, only because they have protectors there, guardians of the cemetery. There's guardians in the cemetery,
Well, it's not
and
so much like the paranormal aspect of it for me. It's just I know, like, all right, if I'm walking around in the cemetery to kind of um you know
no, well, it is peaceful. I
be
give you
able
that.
to think, I have a clearer head. It's like I know like everyone there is dead. They're not gonna hurt me. Whereas if I'm walking down the street, there's no telling who's gonna pop out from somewhere and want to fucking rob me or something.
Right,
I'm less likely to get jumped in the cemetery than I am out on the street. So I feel safer. I can, like, I feel safe in the cemetery. It helps me relax my mind, and it I it feels more serene.
yes,
Because I know I don't have to worry about somebody popping up from behind a fucking headstone and trying to rob me. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
Well,
It's like,
yeah, my
because
mother used to take my sister and I there. Funny enough, my sister used to call the cemetery a carnival. But we used to go there because it was right over the bridge. My mother didn't drive. She
yeah,
had two of us. Um, and we didn't have a lot of money, so it was hard to take us places. So she would just cross over the bridge. So we lived on one side of the highway. The cemetery was directly on the other side, and there was a walkover bridge on our corner. And she would walk us over the bridge into the cemetery, and we'd have like picnics, like on people's graves and stuff, right? And and we'd walk around the cemetery and we'd see different, like, the squirrels and the chipmunks or whatever, and pick up, like,
squirrel.
acorns and all this stuff. And to us it was just normal. When you would tell somebody that, they're like, what the fuck?
Right.
And I'm like, yeah,
I
that's
mean,
where my mother
as
would
long as
take us.
you're not being disrespectful or anything like that, like, like somebody I know who decided to film themselves dancing in and out of people's tombstones, that
Right,
was fucked up. But
right,
I mean,
no,
if
it
I'm
was.
not
and
out there, you know, disrespecting somebody's wrestling place
right, and I'm
by
assuming most of the
exploiting it or
spirits enjoyed
whatever.
the company of
But,
these little kids running around and having fun.
right. Yeah.
Um, because it's a normal human thing, and they probably were fine with it. Like you said, it's different, of course, if but to
Yeah. I mean, if
have
you're
a
going out there
picnic.
intent to make a dance video, dancing in and out, weaving in and out of people's tombstones and making an ass of yourself, I mean,
Right.
I was totally repulsed by that when I saw that video.
Yeah.
I was like, why the fuck would you go to a place like that to make a video like that?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's just disrespectful. It was a TikTok video that somebody posted. Well, we all know who these people are. I'm just not going to say it here.
Yeah.
We all know very well who they are. And they're doing the I think they're playing that Michael Jackson song, uh, the
Thriller.
uh, Thriller one or something like that, and they were just dancing around, weaving in and out of people's headstones, and it was at a national cemetery. I could
Oh,
tell because all the headstones were white granite
mm,
or marble or whatever they used. And there's people had put flags next to them, so I knew it was at least a military plot
yeah. It's
somewhere. It
a
was either a
section. It
national
was a military.
cemetery or at least a section of the military, and they're like making a mockery of it, dancing to music, weaving in and out of the fucking tombstones, dancing around like fucking idiots. I'm like, are you fucking? And that's when I decided these people are not my kind of people. Fuck that. I can't believe they fucking did that and then posted on fucking TikTok.
Oh, good night, Scott.
Like,
Have a great one.
we're a bunch of
Yeah, Diane,
disrespectful
it's true. They
fucks.
do film a lot of movies at cemeteries. They probably filmed the original Thriller.
Hey, Scott, take it easy. No,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
what.
talking. No, I'm not talking about like people making movies innocent. I'm talking about it was just who I'm talking about. If
Yeah,
I said it, you'd know it. They were doing a TikTok video. It wasn't a movie.
yeah,
They were doing a TikTok video, dancing on people's graves and weaving in and out of fucking tombstone headstones and shit like that for a TikTok video. This wasn't
right.
like a movie production or anything like that. I mean, at
Yeah, because
least
there's
when they
probably
do that, they're respectful of the place. In a lot of
and
those areas, a lot of the times when they do it, especially with the close-ups, it's in studio. You know,
right. And there's
so
probably a
it's
lot of restrictions when
but
you're going to film in the cemetery that the cemetery
yeah, exactly.
has protocols and stuff that has to
But
be followed. So,
this was a family of jackasses down in Florida who decided they want to do a TikTok video dancing on people's graves, and it pissed me off. And maybe I said too much. Think y'all know by now who I'm talking about. Anyway, it
well,
was a mother, a daughter, and the daughter's children.
oh,
That's all I'm gonna say.
well, I don't follow any of them anymore.
Yeah, I gave up on them a long fucking time ago.
Yes, a
So
long time ago, probably a year after I started doing this.
how you doing,
But
Diane?
um, and I don't watch TikToks unless somebody sends me something that I go, oh, this is relevant, and I'll look at it. Other than that, I don't have TikTok installed. I don't watch
Yeah,
TikTok. I watch YouTube. Um,
I
and that's it.
deleted my TikTok a long time ago. I still have Instagram because I like some of the videos people put on Instagram. That TikTok just got way the fuck out of hand.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
that mother and daughter. Yeah, yeah. They were all having a hoot nanny in the middle of somebody's. That TikTok video is probably still up there. But anyway, they're a fucking disgrace.
no,
They're a disgrace to the paranormal community.
a lot of
If
a
you even
lot of
want to call it a community anymore, but
yeah,
for the lack of a better term.
a lot of the paranormal people I started out watching. Once I really got into the paranormal, realized no.
Right. Yeah.
um, this is not who I should be watching, So then I, would delete and unsubscribe and not watch them anymore, whatever. But there was a lot. There was a lot that I started with and
Right.
that I changed. And the community now got very small of the people that I'd actually watch. And most of it is not even paranormal people. I watch like the urban
Yeah.
explorers. They catch a lot of stuff and don't know it. And I like to
There's
look
a
at
few of
stuff,
those I can't stand too.
um, so I like some of the urban explorers, especially the ones that are in the different countries that just go to these abandoned places that are like time capsules. and they just walk around and they don't realize what they catch because they're not looking for any of that, and they just catch it all.
Right.
And it's amazing to me, so I like to watch them, and I like to watch, like, what do you call it? Well, of course I watch crafting, but, like, even on some of the crafting videos, like, this lady was, like, cleaning, like, her house or whatever, and she caught a spirit, and it was filming in the background. I could see it, and I was like, geez, just see them
Right.
anywhere. And those are the ones I like more than, watching the paranormal, and the people that just go to the cemeteries just to look at the beauty of them, like you said, for the serene, that are not doing paranormal, that they're just doing, like, there's a guy, what is he called? Visiting Cemeteries, I think is his name on YouTube, and he just goes and visits the cemetery and shows you the graves and the scenery and all that. I'll go watch him. So yeah, it's but the paranormal that I'll watch really got cut down a lot. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Me too.
because I'm just like, no, you know. Unless I feel like just watching something for entertainment, because some of them are
Yeah.
entertaining, if there's an
I
entertainment factor, or
I
a
watch.
place that I want to see the inside of, I'll watch it just for that purpose, not for their paranormal, you know.
Lately, I've been watching more of the debunkers channels than the paranormal investigator channels.
I don't watch the debunkers because I feel like some scientists, that they're really biased,
Well,
and
some of them are very biased, but there's a
and
couple of them
like,
out there. Like one I really like is uh fuck, what the hell is this channel? He looks like an old, like, Viking kind of dude. Something. Oh, what the hell is his name? Uh, Something scared something. Fuck, what the hell's his name? Uh, why can't I think of his name? Beardo. Beardo Gets Scared is the channel name. I like that guy because he's an investigator himself as well. He's got a couple of friends that he investigates with, but he just calls out, like, the blatant bullshit fakery that a lot, and that's one of the reasons why I stepped away from the paranormal channels and stuff, because a lot of them are doing they're just faking their shit
yeah,
and trying to make people think it's real. I'm like, they're not saying, like, oh, everything here is staged, blah 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 blah. It's just for entertainment. You know, they're actually trying to convince people that what they capture is real. Which he calls them out on. I like the guy because he knows
well,
the difference between real paranormal and what some jackass is pretending to be paranormal. You know what I'm saying?
right, but as
You
paranormal
should check
people
him
are,
out though. Beardo Gets Scared. I'm sure you'll like him.
uh, like, I know, like, now from doing it, right, what's real and what's fake. So I was watching something, just like I said, for entertaining purposes. I hadn't watched him in a long
Yeah,
time, and he was at an interesting place that is said to be haunted. So I go,
right,
I'm gonna put it on. Just, I want to see the inside of the place, right?
right.
Regardless of what they're doing. Well,
I wondered what happened, Lunar. I asked if you fell asleep.
oh, and so I I was watching it, and off camera he was with two other people investigating. There was a noise, and they're like, "Oh my god, did you hear that?" They were so high up on the noise that they made that they didn't realize, behind him, whoever was filming him, behind him, all of a sudden, the this big, humongous, like, I guess it was a light fixture that, because the place was abandoned, a light fixture
Hmm.
that was hanging started swinging like crazy. They didn't mention that. They didn't see that. They didn't say anything about that. They didn't notice because they were too high up on the fact that they made this noise and they were trying to get us to believe that. Meanwhile, obviously, I know the place is haunted.
Right.
That thing started swinging.
Sure.
I saw it clear as day, and I'm like, are they fucking dumb? They didn't have to
They're trying
think
to convince
anything because
everybody of the
that place,
bullshit while the real shit's happening behind their backs.
right. And I thought it was hysterical. But the thing was, I really enjoyed it because I was able to see all the real stuff that was
Right.
happening. And I knew what they
Yeah.
were faking. But the fact that I was able to catch, actually, I think I caught 2 or 3 things in there that they didn't catch that I saw,
Uh-huh.
Um, so anyway, I usually watch that person's vlogging more because their
Right.
vlog is real, right? And I don't watch
Right.
their paranormal anymore. The but some things like that, when they go to an interesting place that I'm like, I want to see that place. And regardless what they're doing, I can always pick out something and
Right.
I'm like, oh yeah.
Well, that's why that's the main reason why I watch most of the shows I watch on TV. With the paranormal shows I watch on TV, I know it's bullshit, but I watch them anyway because of the location they're at. I want to
Yeah.
see what this location is about, see if I pick up anything from it. And I tell you, I've watched some shows, especially with Ghostbusters. Now, in the beginning, like I felt Ghostbusters was legitimate,
No,
really legitimate,
ghost hunters, right?
legitimate, huh?
Ghost hunters?
Yeah, with
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Jason, and yeah. So, um, and I was surprised how much I picked up on that. They had no idea what was going on. There was one episode where they were walking down some stairs into a basement area, and nobody picked up on the child spirit under the stairs. I'm thinking, are they like I'm sitting here waiting, anticipating that their person is going to make some discovery of this, just waiting to see if anybody mentions it or knows it. But they go through the whole ordeal without even noticing it, and I'm like, are they like for real? Like how can they be for real if they're not even like they had the FLIR camp, not FLIR, but uh the not infrared but thermal. They had
Right.
like the thermals going on and everything. Didn't pick up on any, they didn't even pan the thermal under the stairs or nothing or anything like that to show any of that. But I was picking up on this energy of a young child, like just kind of hiding under the stairs. And throughout the whole show, it was never mentioned, never discovered.
Right.
And
Well,
it's
you
like,
know
so
what
I
I
watch those kind of shows for that, to
right.
see if I pick up on something that they don't.
Well, you know what I realized with the ghost hunters is that,
Not mention
to me, what I realized is it started as a hobby because one of them had an experience. And really, even though they went on TV because it was the first one really of its kind, right? That show. They went on TV and they gave them all this equipment and stuff, but they didn't really know about paranormal.
right,
Everything that they ever said in the beginning of that show about residual hauntings and all that all
right,
came from something you can read on Google. Okay?
right.
It what
Stuff they got through hearsay. Yeah.
because they were beginner paranormal investigators. They were starting out
Mhm.
and everybody handed them all this stuff and goes, "Good, we're going to make a show." And
Right,
then on every show, they couldn't get stuff, which is where the show itself was like, well, if you want to keep going, you're going to add something. And that's what happens when you're doing it on that kind of scale. But
right,
I truly, some of the stuff that they actually caught was amazing to me,
Right.
but because they did, I mean, it's inevitable, even if you're a beginner and don't know what you're doing, if you have devices, you're going to catch
Right.
something, right? I mean, it's
Right.
just,
Yeah.
so some of the stuff they did catch was actually, good. Um,
Legitimate. Yeah.
Legitimate, right? But because you can't catch everything, this and I know this. Every time you go out to a place, um, it would make the show not interesting. And right.
Yeah.
So of course some
Yep.
things they had to fudge. And I understand how that worked. And I understood that. Um, and I understood that they were beginners. And but some of the stuff, like you said, some of the locations, some of the stuff that they did get was spot on.
Yeah.
And as the shows went on, as you know, the later seasons, they, like we all do, get better at it, right?
Right.
So I did notice they did start getting better at it. But still, like, um, it's a show, so they have to make it interesting.
I gotta go
And that's
make a
why they
pit
call it
stop real quick.
entertainment. Now, if
I'll
they
be
were
right back.
doing it as like a vlog themselves, I bet they wouldn't do that.
Right.
I
I'll
think
be
they are
back. I
on the
gotta
up and up.
make a pit stop. When I come back, I got a question to ask Mary that I keep wanting to ask her and I keep forgetting about. I'll be right back.
Okay. I know the one you're talking because I caught it. I was talking about. I could say it. It's fine. I was talking about Mo Sargi, one of his videos. He went out with, I forget, two people, two of his friends, and I believe it was at a jail or somewhere, and they were, like I said, they were fucking around. Now I don't know if that noise off camera that we don't know where it came from, that they were making a big deal about. I don't know if that noise was real. I know that swinging shit behind them was real, and I know nobody saw it. Why? Because they were paying attention to the noise. Like I said, was the noise real? I don't know. That was totally off camera. I couldn't see if one of them made that noise or not. I could see that swinging thing, and I couldn't understand why nobody picked it up. Because it was clear
I'm
as day,
back.
you know. So yeah, so that's who I was talking about. Yeah, go ahead. Mary's in the chat. You can ask.
Hey, Mary, I've been meaning to ask you, and I keep forgetting about it. Um, has there been any new development or any conclusion at all to that incident with that friend of yours whose relatives been missing for 3 years? Well,
Oh, the
more
girl,
now,
yeah, in
but
the cornfield maze.
yeah, that maze
Yes.
or that. What the hell was her name again? I keep forgetting her name. I still have all the files and everything that I did on that too. I just can't remember. No, they took
Nope.
what
They
we
took
had
what
and
we
they
had
have
and
done
have done nothing.
nothing with
Oh,
it. Huh. Wow.
they're
See,
not.
that's why I don't like getting involved in stuff. Like
Well, I think
people
that from
people
what Mary
ask
was.
me for my input on something and then they just discard it. It's like they don't take it and use it and or
Well,
anything.
because
So
I
I'm
think
like,
that
I gave up.
what
You
Mary
know,
was saying too, and what
like,
Mary was feeling was like, hey, James, welcome back. That somebody that they knew was probably involved in it, and or maybe they know who was involved. And so I don't know that they were really, trying to,
they weren't
it
trying to
wasn't
really
that the
get to
case,
the truth.
Mary?
You're saying they may not have been trying to really get to the truth because they already pretty much suspected what it was.
They already, yeah, because it was
Yeah, they
someone
are.
close to the family.
That's kind of
So
how I felt too through the whole thing. It's like they know that that redhead kept coming to my head all the time. Like the key part of it was the redheaded woman. The
Yeah.
redheaded woman knows the whole fucking what went down. She knows everything. But they
I
never
feel like
checked
she may be
in
involved. Right. Well,
Kentucky.
that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
she she
We
did.
all
She
had
had
that
to take
feeling
it
that
to
the
the
family
aunt,
member was
and the
involved. And if that
aunt
family member is
said
running the
nothing
investigation,
with it.
or,
But I feel
you
like
know,
she may
she's
be
not gonna want to
involved. But
find it. She asked you, so it looks like she's
right,
doing something, and so that she could see what we can get, so that nobody can prove anything.
yeah.
You know?
Well, I mean, a little further information on this redhead. I think you know mulatto means, right? Uh,
What is?
Half black, half white.
Oh, yes,
Okay,
yes.
mulatto. So later on, I was getting more detail about this redhead, and the redhead is a mulatto and female. She but has like um Caucasian. It has more Caucasian than black, but she got some features of an African American, but her skin tone is lighter, and she has red hair. And that person, that redheaded mulatto chick, knows the whole skinny on everything. Because that
Yeah.
was the first image that ever came to me. And that's why I thought the victim was the redhead woman at
Right.
first, because that's the first image that came to me.
Is that redheaded woman the Aunt Mary that has everything has to pass through her?
The
Tell me,
cousin to
because I
her
think
believed us,
the
but
the
she had to
parents
take it
are deceased, and that's why the
on.
aunt is
Okay.
handling everything.
The
Yep,
redhead is, yes, she
Shelby's
is
not
more
alive.
white.
Oh,
She passed white. She'll pass as white.
yeah,
Okay. I see. I'm feeling. I think maybe her mother was white and her father was African American mix. Um, like maybe Puerto Rican African American or something like that. I don't know, but yeah. She what? No.
she isn't
Oh,
alive.
yeah.
We all three know that. That's
Oh,
okay.
okay. She is not alive. We all three know that. Okay, yeah, yeah. Well, I knew that from the get go. I mean, and
Right,
I still think they need to. I think they need to investigate that area that I was talking about.
right,
But and that's the reason why I messaged you and told you I was going to back off from it, because I already got the feeling that nobody was going to do anything with the information I was coming up with anyway. So it was just a waste of my time and energy to even do anything. So they all have both black and white. Okay, so therein lied my confusion, because that's the first image that came to me was that woman,
yeah,
and I saw her fighting with a kind of heavy set woman next to an SUV. Like they were at a gas station or something, and the redhead woman was fighting with another African American woman, which I couldn't see very well. And that's why I thought the redhead woman was the victim. Because I
right.
saw it being played out in my mind. There's a dark colored SUV. They're on the side, passenger side of the SUV, I think at some kind of gas station, and they're like cat fighting, pulling each other's hair, smacking each other, and shit like that. That's
Yeah,
what I saw. So I thought the redhead was the victim, and they threw her in the car and took off. And then it wasn't until later on when I started sitting down with the, you know, app and stuff like that, I started seeing the visions of the other woman being tossed into a trunk of an old model car, like an 88 type. And the car being driven into a lake. That's what I saw. So
How is Carl? Have you heard from him, Mary? Yeah.
and the only thing that had anything to do with corn was that one camping spot,
Right.
which its
The
name was. I was thinking cornfield at the time, like an actual cornfield.
right, and then
But
it told you,
then
well,
I
on that
discovered
road that
the
you thought.
name. The name of the camping area was Cornfield. That was the
Yeah.
name of the camping area. Cornfield camping area or something like that. And
Yeah.
right near that area, there was two bodies of water. A
Yeah.
small body of water, which I doubt they could put a vehicle in, that was in the middle, surrounded by trees, like a very large pond or a small lake.
Right.
And then if you drove out and drove further out, there's the lake, the actual lake that was there. And
Yeah.
there's a path you could drive down to into this boat launch area where you literally could drive right into the lake. And that's when I got that vision of somebody driving the car into the lake, like rigging the car up to drive into the lake with this individual in the trunk.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know, so I
and I tell you, I've seen like because they have these. Did you ever see them? I love those the divers. I watch them a lot too.
yeah,
Um, that they dive to. So there was these divers. Now they, I don't know. They solved like 24 cold cases or 25 cold cases. No, gosh, I forget their names now, but they're a YouTube channel. But they started off just to clean up the environment, right? And they would go, and they would do it on their spare time to go and take like cars and shit out of the water. Until one day they took a car out and they discovered it had a body in it, right? And so then they were like, oh, so people started calling them like, this one's been missing forever. And I think that maybe they must be in the water because they're missing with their car. And they started searching for these people and solving these cold case files. And one of them, literally one of them, they went and they're like, oh, this can't be, this water's too low. And
shallow.
then like the
Yeah,
guy was like, went around and then he was like, eh. He goes, they used a drone, and from the drone you could see the car. The car literally, maybe there was this much water up on the top of it, but it was in there. And they
yeah,
were like, what the fuck,
right,
nobody's seen this car in this little body for 20
right.
years? What the fuck is wrong? And be surprised where these cars get stuck and stay,
Well,
and nobody knows,
the only reason why I figured that couldn't be the spot is like because it was surrounded by trees and stuff like that. It wasn't
It would be
easily
hard to get the
accessible
car
by
in.
a vehicle. Like they would have never been able to drive down in
Right.
there. But if you go further beyond the campground, you come to an area where it leads to the lake, the large lake. I can't remember what name of it is. Dragon Lake, Snake Lake, I don't know, but it's shaped like I think it was called Dragon Lake or something like that. But from a bird's eye view, like if you, because I used the Earth Google Maps or whatever, and got a top view, it looks like the shape of a dragon or something like that.
Right.
And where the tail would be is where you could drive down, and it looks like a little launch area. Um, undeveloped launch area, like it's a gravel road that goes down in there. Probably enough for one or two vehicles to, side by side. But that's when I started seeing an image of a car being driven down, hitting a little berm, and being airborne for just a few feet and landing in the lake. But I don't know. I mean, if they didn't take any of that information and go there looking around and trying to figure it out, then
Yeah, I don't know. Are they
we'll
near
never know.
there, Mary?
But
Yeah, I like them too, Mary. Um,
who's
yeah.
that?
Oh, she was saying she liked those divers too. Yeah, it's interesting to watch
What's
those.
that show? What's the show
Mary,
called?
do you remember the diver's name on YouTube? They're on YouTube.
Oh, it's a YouTube channel. Okay, I thought it
Oh
was
my
a
God, but
show
they're
you were
like
talking
big.
about.
They've been on the news tons of times because they solved 23 or now it's 25, I think, cold cases.
Oh wow.
The divers, that's diver to find the missing people. Let's just search it. Where are they?
Is it really? It's just going on 9 o'clock.
Oh,
It's less
it's a
later.
Adventures with Purpose. Here they are.
Oh, okay.
I'll share their link down there in case anybody
Who
else
the
is
hell is Mary Bean?
Dash Mary and Mary's other channel. Yes, they are close. Yeah, they are in Indiana, I think. Hang on, I'm looking now. I got it. Yeah, that's
That's
them.
not
I got it, Mary.
Adventures
Adventure
with
with
PU. What's PU?
Purpose.
Oh, okay. Oh, I missed the little dot 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 at the end.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. It's Adventures with Purpose.
Yeah, I know who it is, James. I was just giving her a hard time.
Just giving her a hard time.
Oh, I gotta go down and get another Pepsi. All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go grab another Pepsi. Take my
Okay.
bowl.
My gosh. Turned off the notifications. What the heck is going on here?
Can't wait till I start getting some
The other
money so I can
phone.
start buying some fucking dish soap. The dishes are piling up. Right now, dish soap can't buy
Okay. Now is it off? No. I don't know. Everything's making noise. I hate it. I hate it all making noise. Yeah, but so does anyone have an idea for next week? The subject we should go. I'm like running out of topics here for Spiritual Thursday. Yes, James. So if you guys know of anything interesting, a topic that comes to your head that kind of has to do with spirituality or paranormal. Today was like paranormal and science, so you know. Um, but anything you find interesting that maybe I can do an interesting video on for Thursday and talk about it, you guys let me know. If you come up with it right after
anything cryptids.
I I could go back and do a cryptid one. I
No, I
did a
said anything but.
oh, anything but. Oh, okay. I was like, I did a cryptid one, but not normal cryptid. I did animals that used um, animals that used to be cryptids, but now were discovered, which was kind of cool because, believe it or not, a kangaroo was a cryptid for a long time because nobody had seen them. That part of Australia where they were wasn't highly populated yet. So somebody described it because they were passing, I don't know what they did. They saw one and they told people, and people thought they were fucking crazy. And that shit doesn't exist. And for forever, like for a long ass time, kangaroos were a cryptid. And then they weren't. So I did one like that. That was a cool one because it was
I remember
surprising to
that one
find out how
about the
many
kangaroos.
animals were actually on the cryptid list. Like the
Yeah.
platypus, nobody believed. Even
Yep.
when somebody brought one in dead, the guy was like, "Look for stitches. This is fake."
Hmm.
They did not believe that platypus
Now you
existed.
see him on the Discovery Channel all the time.
Yeah, but it's funny because the how we got there, because there now we populate a lot more, right, than places than we used
Yeah.
to way back when. So a lot of things were classified as cryptids that are not now.
Have
So
you covered like Edgar Case? Who's Edgar Case? That sounds familiar though.
they just found a guy that had been missing for like 3 months. His grandmother called them to look for this guy. Him and his dog was found in the car in 12 feet of water. He was holding the dog. Aw. In his lap. Aw.
Guys, Golden Dragon needs some help. What do you mean, Kim? Huh? What's she talking about?
Um, if she needs some help with the paranormal, tell her to come in. She has my channel. I think she's a member.
Golden
Isn't that
Dragon.
Charlotte?
Something bad is on in her sister's. What? I'm not understanding what she's saying. Oh, Golden Dragon. That's who's Golden
It's
Dragon
their
again?
their person.
Familiar.
Yeah, yeah. It's a person. I think it's Charlotte, but they call her the Golden Dragon in the group
Hmm.
that we're in.
Edgar Case, the guy who could do auto writing and predicting the. Oh, okay, I got you, James. Now I remember. Yeah, I forgot what his name was, but I know who you're talking about.
I was looking into like the practice of auto writing, but
James.
now that
Yeah.
they talk to me and they can, put like these pictures in my head, I'm like, do I need to write it
uh,
if I can hear it?
I've
I don't know. It is Charlotte. I think so.
I've never done auto writing before, but I saw it done. A friend of mine when I was in junior high or high school. We were doing a session, not kind of like a seance type thing or whatever, but wasn't really. We were up in the attic of a friend's house. Well, it was an attic converted into a bedroom. We were up in there, and the guy that we're with was doing auto writing, and the image turned out to be someone being hung, and the person whose house it was said that um a teenager, I think it was a teenager, had hung himself in that room when it was just an attic
Wow.
from the family that lived there before, I guess. So I'm like, damn, really? And this guy never knew anything about, we just met this guy maybe a few weeks or months ago or so, at a party or whatever, and the conversation got paranormal. So he says, "Well, have you ever done this, done that, blah blah blah?" And I told him about some of the things I experienced and stuff like that. And he's like, "We ought to do something sometime." So one day we went to a friend's house and went upstairs to his room that used to be the attic, and we are like seeing if we couldn't contact and communicate the spirits and stuff like that. He goes, and he showed us how he did the auto writing. And I was like, "Damn, cool." I never did it myself though. Okay, well on Facebook. What? Okay, well on Facebook. What's she
She
talking
has
about?
a video call. Okay.
Where
No, a
people that
messenger,
don't
Mary.
trust
In this
their
in the
intuition.
chat that we're in, the Seabass chat, Danny's Seabass chat,
Writing is
he put
not
up a messenger.
necessary, but they recommend to do it for beginners in mediumship in a book
Yeah,
on
I
me.
think that's
Oh,
what it's
cool,
for,
James.
James. Like
Cool.
if I wasn't
Yeah,
trusting what I was hearing and I wasn't
right.
trusting my pendulum, maybe I would try that to see. But now I, spent all this time
Now,
honing in on training myself to hear them, to trust my
uh,
intuitions of what I'm hearing and to
yeah.
see my third eye. So I don't necessarily, I
I
don't need to do the auto writing anymore, you know?
did once. I did an auto drawing one time. Um, I just for certain my I just started drawing an image of this boy that had a scar on his head. Um, in the image I was seeing, he didn't really have it. I didn't draw eyes, or he didn't have eyes, so I drew in like sunglasses on the picture. So it was a boy with sunglasses on with a scar above his head. It turned out like the scar was kind of jagged, like a Harry Potter type scar. But um, so and I did that. What about 2013, 2014, something like that? And I posted. And I asked, "Does anybody know? Does anybody recognize this person?" I posted on Twitter and I think Instagram, whatever. Um, Nothing ever came of it, but I couldn't understand why I felt compelled to sketch
Right.
that image. I didn't know if it was like a missing person or uh, a spirit tell me to draw them because maybe he died somewhere where he hasn't been discovered yet or something and needed to be found. I don't know what, I didn't know what the deal was, but
Right.
I still have that drawing somewhere around here too.
Yeah. Something we have to post on the
Uh,
community page on YouTube. Maybe somebody will come across and be like, hey, you know.
Yeah. And that's the only time I ever like did anything like that that where auto writing or anything was concerned. Like it was just I best way I could describe it is auto sketching.
Photo sketching,
Like
that's right.
uh, I
Um,
mean, it wasn't in a whimsical way either. I mean, it wasn't pen on paper constantly. It was like I sketched it like I would sketch anything, as if I was looking at a reference photo or anything. I sketched it the way an artist would sketch it,
right.
but it wasn't. It was like I didn't feel like it was me sketching it. It was like it was weird. But her nephew was put in a ward because he was speaking something in the TV and it wasn't on. Hold up. She's doing a short video to see what you guys pick up on stuff.
Yeah, when she puts up the video, I'll show it, but she didn't put it up yet in the chat.
Yeah, is her nephew. She wanna ask in chat what was going on. We see if she answers. Oh wait, she's doing this now somewhere in another chat.
Yeah, we have a Danny's group, the Seabass Paranormal on Messengers.
Oh,
There's like 8 of us in there. You know, we just chitty chat to ourselves.
it's on a group chat in
Messenger.
Messenger. Oh,
So
okay.
she
Yeah, I
put up
don't join
that
group
she
chats.
needed help and she had a video call, right? But we've been here, right? So
Okay.
Kim let us know, and I said, well, if she puts the little video, of course we'll look at it.
Oh, now is this the Facebook his Facebook page or is it a group chat in Messenger chat?
A group chat in Messenger.
Oh,
Yeah. But if, like I said, if she puts it up, if she puts up the little video, I'll show it.
when I was meditating a few days ago, I got images of different faces of men and women. And this elderly lady face came up with her sticking her tongue out with her
Ah,
white curly hair. Uh,
that's funny. And sometimes, like, well, like the other day, I can't. like I said, now I learned to trust my intuition and I just go with it. So I forgot what I was watching, or
Yeah.
I was watching a show, or I was watching a live or something. And then I was in the kitchen and I was making coffee. And I hear a little one say to me, and I knew that there was energy on the side of me and like in the kitchen. And I hear him say, "Do you have juice?" And I looked over at him and I go, "Yeah, okay, I'll make you juice. Give me 1 second. I'm making coffee. Then I could put you some juice." And then I looked at him again. Now I say I looked at him because he's showing me where he is in the kitchen. So I'm looking at that pot in the kitchen. I can't see him with my eyes,
Right.
but it's in my third eye. I look again and I go, "Who are you, sweetheart?" And he's like, "I'm, Jared." And I said, "What are you holding? A stuffy?" He's like, "Yeah, I think he had a stuffed bear with him." And I go, "Okay, Jared, I'm gonna make you juice." So I made him juice, whatever. And then all of a sudden I'm like, "Jared, where did you come from?" Like, I don't remember you being here. I mean, I have 90, but I write it down. I normally associate it. Like if they'll say their name or show me a picture of them, I'll know who it is, like, kind of. Uh, and
Right.
then I go, "Where'd you come from, honey?" And then he told me. And then I said, "Okay." I said, "How old are you?" He's like, 6.5. I'm like, "Okay, sweetheart." And so I gave him his juice or whatever. I didn't ask anybody, like, I didn't go and grab my pendulum or turn on a spirit box and go, "Hey, am I right?" No, I knew. I just knew. It was instinctive that I was talking to this little 6.5-year-old who wanted juice, who came from, I forgot where he said he came from now. I'm sorry.
Hmm.
But came from something I was watching, or yeah, I was watching a video about, a place that was supposedly haunted and had a kid spirit, a little boy spirit, um, and it had multiple spirits. And then this kid, a little while later, after I was finished, was like, "Oh yeah, here's here's the kid standing here." I was like, "Holy cow!" Hi everyone, I have a
Now,
question. Help me figure out. Woke up when I hit the floor. I was 4 feet away from the bed, turned around the opposite direction of what I was sleeping. How did I get there? Oh my God. So you fell out of the bed. You were sleeping. You fell out of the bed, but you were 4 feet away from the bed and turned the opposite direction. Did you turn the opposite direction? Do you remember? Were you awake? um as you were hit, when you woke up off the floor, like, did you feel yourself fall? Those are just questions I'm asking. Okay, and the other one put up the video, I see.
mm. Now, James, I mean, yeah, I see people's images come to me all the time like that. But that did remind me of I used to. It hasn't happened in a long time, but I used to, like, if I'm walking down the street and see somebody, or if I'm in the store walking around and I see somebody, they're I think of it as seeing them and what they look like in a previous life. But when I would look at somebody and suddenly their whole image would change to me, and then go back to what they are. Like, I would see people's, like, their eye colors would change to something different. Their facial features change. Their body structure would like, to me, like, I would see them what they look like, which I assumed was in a previous life.
Right.
I've had that happen to me a few times. Like, um, but that, yeah, I mean, I would always have images of people, like, I'd see images of people's faces in my head all the time. That's just comes along with territory. I'm always seeing people.
Right. Well, I mean, if they project it to me, then I could see it. Of course, if they're not talking to me that day, no, I don't see nothing.
Yeah,
Somebody's talking to me now. They've been talking to me for about 15 minutes, and I was like, okay, okay. I'm thinking to
I have
myself,
experienced that
give me a
too.
second.
Oh, cool, James. So I'm not the only one.
Um,
But yeah, I haven't experienced it in a while. Of course, I haven't really been out a lot or paying much attention to anything because of everything else that's going on. My mind is pre-consumed with other shit. But
hmm So I just wanted to know if what happened to Pam, because I'm
so, what
preoccupied.
exactly is?
Was it
What's her
paranormal?
claim? Her nephew was arguing with the TV as if he was seeing somebody on it. Is that
Oh,
what she said?
well, I told Mary to go watch the video and tell us exactly. So she put two videos up on the post. So I said, go watch it, and then you could tell us. So she went to go watch that. But Pam in the chat about falling at the bed.
Oh
So
yeah, the
they
bed
did
thing.
say, I asked Sarah, she did say it was something paranormal.
The floor and it
So
will
I mean,
it
have
won't count. I
you
got
know you have a lot of new
yeah.
things going on there, Pam. Have you did a cleansing lately? When was the last time you did a
So
cleansing?
was she saying it was as if she was picked up, moved to the floor, facing the opposite direction of where she was sleeping?
She was like, when you fall off the bed, you fall right
Right,
next to the bed. She was
right,
4 feet away
right,
from bed, turned the opposite direction. Now, she said she didn't know anything until she woke up in pain on the floor, right? So,
right.
yeah, it's kind of, begs the question that it was paranormal. But I was hearing it was paranormal, but also my first question with that was, when was the last time you did a cleansing in your house? I don't necessarily know that it's bad, because they would have gave me more of an urgency. Um, so I don't think it's
I'm
bad, and
thinking mischievous children messing with her, like pulling her out of bed or something.
I don't I
Like
don't
it
think
doesn't
it
sound
was.
malicious, but I
No.
think somebody was fucking around with her, saying, "Hey, let's just pull her out of bed," kind of thing.
Yeah, it's
You know,
not
like
an evil spirit, so it's not a bad spirit.
like a kid
Um,
prank or something.
yeah, it could have been they were trying to wake her and they didn't know their own strength, kind of thing. Like, it could have been anything.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but do a cleansing, because that's always good. And also ask your spirit guides, because you have Billy Bob, and you have oh my God, I just talked to him last night. I can't remember his name, Pam. Don't kill me. I'm sorry. Poor spirit guide. Maurice. Maurice. I think it's Maurice.
Maurice.
Um, tell him
Wow,
that
wow.
don't don't they can't touch me. You make sure they know that. I don't want anybody touching me, you know? Make sure they know that. And no, they'll watch you. You just gotta, you gotta lay down the ground rules, or it could get out of hand. You lay down the rules, Pam. There you go. That's what I was supposed to tell you.
See, in the
Actually,
spirit
almost like I
world,
told
they
Scott yesterday too. You got to lay down the rules. Tell them to wait outside, because they will.
uh,
When I first started doing this, when I first started doing crossovers, like, these people would curse me out and everything. And I was kind of used to it because I'm in New York. And then, like, I was like, you can't disrespect the children. And then, like, I was talking to the guides and whatever, and they're like, no, this can't happen, because this is cleansing after all that happened. Okay. And I had a feeling that it was be paranormal. Yeah. But like I said, it's not bad. So you're okay in that. aspect, I would just set your ground rules with your spirit guides, okay? Um, it's kind of what I told Scott too. Yeah, those two want to talk to you, whatever. You tell them they got to wait outside, because if you don't put down the rules, they'll bother you. When I had spirits
Yeah.
waking me up in the middle of the night, talking in my ear, I had to put a sign on my door that says, hey, I only do paranormal
You
work
gotta put
between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. Sorry, don't bother me if it's
the
time.
problem. The problem is in the spirit world, when the lights are off, is their time to play. When the lights are on, is when
They're,
they
no,
have their schedules backwards. they they
you
want to
know,
play at night, and you want to
only,
sleep at night.
well,
You gotta make them understand. Look,
yeah,
this is my downtime.
yeah.
Okay,
No, and they've been since we set the ground rules and the spirit guides knew and we went over it.
you gotta
Um,
set up borders. Yeah,
it all works now,
set up.
you know. So once in a while you get an asshole, but that's like anywhere else, and you gotta take them down a notch, you know. But for the most part, it works. If you don't lay any ground rules, they'll step all over you. They're
Right.
people after
I
all, you
always
know.
think about that. I always think about that. How are people gonna be able to deal with me when I'm gone?
Are you gonna come talk to me when you're gone?
I am gonna fuck with everybody I know.
Yeah, I asked one of my spirit
I already
guides, and they said, yeah, it was something that should not have been in the house. I suppose to have blocked it from anything is not allowed in my house. Right. Okay. So
I already told Eli that I'm gonna haunt his ass every time he opens a box of fucking Domino's pizza. I'm gonna scream in
you
his
jump out of
face,
the box, boom!
Pepsi! I'm gonna scream at him, Papa John's, Pepsi! Fuck with him.
Yes. I'm just
He'll
gonna make a
never
cigarette,
he'll
guys. Wow.
never eat another Domino's pizza again.
Yeah, set those boundaries. You are right.
Yep, set the
Um,
boundaries.
and a lot of things, and people don't think about it, but a lot of things, your energy is powerful, and energy you can leave a little bit of energy in different places you go, right? So we're always
Yeah,
on the phone. And we're watching these things. And a lot of times these spirits are like, oh, I came from your craft show. And I'm like, but it wasn't live. And at first I wasn't understanding. And then like I had to figure it out and talk to different people and talk to the guides and to realize that our energy leaves an imprint, right? Wherever we are.
yeah,
So it's visible to them, to the spirits, right? So
right.
if they left a little bit of them too, when I watched that video and their energy imprint, they go there and they're like, hey, look at this one and all this energy she's got. I'm gonna go there and peek, you know? And and I'm always surprised. So, but you can also get bad things that come through. So I even would set like a boundary, and I've been forgetting, I know, stop blinking at me. I even had to set a boundary to be like, hey, I had to think of like key words to say to misdirect evil from coming through the phones and the
Oh
devices,
fuck.
because they can come through the devices,
Right.
so you gotta
And
even.
another thing a lot of people don't understand, you gotta yeah, I understand sometimes it's a lot it's really hard to differentiate between the two, but a lot of stuff that may on the surface appear as to be malevolent isn't necessarily, it could just be, a confused child or a confused adult, or just they just don't know how to act. They don't know what to do to try to get your attention. They're there's a reason for every interaction. They won't interact with you unless they have a reason to. They a purpose. They're either trying to get your attention, they need help with something, they just don't know how to do it in a way that, you know, um, because like they don't have the same capabilities they had when they were alive. You know, in spirit form, it's different, and we perceive a lot of it as something negative just because we got touched or scratched or something like that. It may have just been an intermittent type, or not intermittent, um, invertent reaction to, them trying to get our attention because they need help. They're the ones that need the help, not us.
Right.
They come to us for the help because they don't know,
Where else
where to
to
go
go
or
and
what
what
to
else to
do.
do. And whoever they think will be
So
able to see them, they're gonna try
and
anything to,
yeah,
to get
and
that
that's why
person's
I can't
attention.
stand on a lot of those fucking shows. Some of these so-called ghost and hunter shows that, every anytime somebody gets scratched or something like that, oh, it's demonic, it's an evil spirit, blah 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 blah, because they always view everything like that as a negative thing. I'm like, and then they go running for the hills. I'm like, what? You're not an investigator if you do that.
Right.
To be an investigator, you want to be able to understand, why was I scratched? Who scratched me? Why did they scratch me? Do they need help? They're not always out to fucking hurt somebody.
Right.
It's just an inadvertent reaction to them not knowing how to get our attention.
Well, and
You get your
sometimes,
hair pulled or something.
right.
Could be a kid that in life used to like sit and play with the mommy's hair.
Yeah.
So you feel that, and all of a sudden you think some demon's trying to yank your hair.
Yeah, right. No, some of them
Like it,
are off the wall with that bullshit.
right. I
Um,
mean, if somebody gets their
it's
blankets pulled off or the leg tugged on, they think they're being attacked. They're not trying to attack you. They're trying to get your attention, and that's the only way they know how.
right.
You know?
Like my friend came to me and she's like, "Okay, don't tell my husband I told you this." But and as soon as she said what she said, I already knew the answer because my spirit guides had told me in the earlier by like a vision. I was like, I wonder why I had that thought in my head. Like I thought it was a daydream at first, but then after she talked to me, I realized why I had that thought. So anyway, the husband and the son he was putting the son to sleep. The son's around 7, and he said something to Ileana, and she was in the other room, my best friend, and she didn't hear. And you know, but the spirit guide, uh, he heard a disembodied voice say, "Oh, okay," and he almost had like a heart attack. The husband. And she's like, "Is it bad?" I'm like, "No, it was actually your son got a new spirit guide because when they're young, sometimes they'll change spirit guides if their path changes." I said, "And it was a new spirit guide who didn't know like your husband could hear those kind of things because her husband's sensitive, but because he had a really bad way back when he was in the Philippines, a really bad experience, he doesn't want to know anything about that shit.
Right.
He wants to stay far away from it. But so I have a feeling her husband's like sensitive to it, but so the spirit guide didn't know that. So I said, so no, it's fine. It was nothing bad. And it won't happen again because now the spirit guide knows. But he didn't because he was new. And she was like, oh, okay. But these are the things that happen. Sometimes they don't expect you to hear them or whatever. They're going about their merry business. And then all of a sudden they didn't mean to scare the shit out of him. You know, that spirit guide didn't want to do that. He didn't realize that he could hear him, right? He was new. So it could be a numerous amount of things. My little ones tug on my pants. The I feel things on my legs. I know they're trying to climb up on me. I have Jack who taps me in the head when he's like hungry or wants something or just wants me to know that they're with me or whatever. it doesn't bother me, you know. I had a woman who showed me her experience of what happened, how she died, and I felt like I was being choked, but I understood what it was, so it didn't bother me because I understood because I asked the question like, how'd you die? And then I realized that was probably I should have asked her to tell me. Instead she showed me. But you know, I understood it, you know. So, okay, let me read what Mary said. I'm sorry. I feel that there is something there. Yes. I did see a shadow through a window in the house. I feel that it is not bad as a demon, but it is negative, like a trickster. Oh, okay. And the stupid damn heart. Let's see the other one. It's been brought in by the son, not on purpose. Well, of course, my son brought home a stupid rapist from the school playground when he was 11. He didn't know that he brought that one home. Oh, that was a pain in the neck. I had to get help to get rid of his ass because he was bothering all my kids. Mm. Yeah. Sometimes they're just shitty ass people spirits. They're not demons.
Right.
Yeah. So, and the son, her son is obviously sensitive to it too, obviously. Hmm. And she wrote something to you, Mary, in the chat. I saw it.
Huh?
I was just telling Mary that that lady wrote something to her in the chat over there, so maybe she can, you can weigh in there and tell her what you feel.
Hey, does the name Claire Bowman mean anything to anybody?
No. I'm really bad with
Are you
names.
speaking for everybody?
No, I was answering for me because you're on my. You
Anybody in
can
the
hear me, so
chat
I
out
don't
of
have
the
to write that
nine
in the chat. No, I don't know that person.
there out of the 9 people in the chat, does Claire Bowman mean anything to anybody? Not to Kim.
No. How would you spell the last name?
They Baumen.
Okay, no.
They actually spelled that out for me, like CLAIR as opposed to ARE. It's
Oh,
AIRBAUMEN. Claire Bowman.
yeah. Because I knew a Bowman, but it was spelled Bowen. So,
That's Bowen.
yeah, like a Bowen.
Like a
Well,
Bowen
he
Christian set.
pronounced it Bowen. That's how they pronounced it.
Yeah.
Kind of like me
Yeah, this one's
when
Bowman with an M.
with yeah. Um,
Claire Bowman. Yeah, Kim.
James says yes, me.
All right. Does the name Timothy go along with that somewhere?
Oh,
Because immediately after she spelled out the name Timothy, I heard the name Timothy. Ancestor Guide. Oh, okay. I know Bowman's. No, this
yeah.
is a. She spelled it out.
I
B
knew
A
a
U M
Timothy.
E
Oh,
N.
okay.
I knew a Timothy. Timothy passed. Because right after she spelt out the last name, I heard the name Timothy. I've been trying to speak with her. Oh, well, maybe this is her way of trying to speak back to you.
Yeah.
The Timothy you knew, is he passed? Is he like a tall, lanky individual with freckles and like cherry blonde, strawberry blonde, or reddish hair? Not like real red. And it's straight, almost like strawberry blonde, but like he's got a face full of freckles. He's kind of tall and skinny.
Not that you know of. Oh, you don't know that if he passed or not. It was an a friend from a long while ago that you haven't been in touch with. He, yeah,
Correct.
he may have passed and want
Does
to
that
talk.
describe him though? Was he tall, skinny, reddish hair with a lot of freckles?
He said that's correct.
Well, I think that was answering you.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
not sure. I'm trying to see if he could clarify if he was answering you or. You like to wear a lot of flannel? Grandfather on my grandmother's side, I believe. Oh, okay. Oh, so he was a relative because I
And
didn't get
she's
that connection. I didn't get a paternal connection there. I was thinking just like a friend, like someone you just knew out of like social gatherings or something. I was told she was a very distant relative or something.
oh,
Oh,
like
okay.
Claire was. Yeah.
Oh, Claire.
So Claire
Claire
was
was a
the
distant
distant
relative.
relative or something, and then Timothy is also a relative. Hey KJ, nice to see you. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well, sweetheart.
How's the down under, mate? Yeah, I know that was lame. So was my just from what you can recall, was my description pretty much as far as I know.
Good, KJ. Um, I thought your accent was pretty good there. You know, if you
Oh,
were
that's because you're a fucking New Yorker.
yes, but you sounded like what's his name? Crocodile Dundee when you said it.
Oh, bloody hell. It isn't a knife. This is a knife. Ugh.
Oh, bad storms.
And
That's ugh.
hot and bad storms. Yeah. Yeah, our winters are their summers.
Yeah.
Well, go have yourself a bit of a Foster's and get under a fan.
Yeah.
Throw another prawn on the Barbie. I don't know. This Timothy character is like sticking with me for some reason.
Mm,
I
he must
I,
have
I get
a
a
message.
I get a sense that Timothy was more of a like a friend that only like associated on like special occasions or something, like get-togethers or something like that. She likes music and loves to sing. Oh, okay, okay. Well, I think that's just who was trying to bring Timothy through. This Timothy character, I think she was the one. She was here long enough to bring him through because all I got was her name and then suddenly Timothy. So
Yeah,
and then
probably her name was so that James would know it was
right.
him, and now it's because it was really Timothy who wanted to talk.
Yes. Okay.
I don't drink myself. Australians drink anything that gets you
Yeah,
drunk. Well,
yeah, I've
I
heard
don't
that.
drink. I drink coffee and juice. That's it. Once in a while, once in a blue moon, if I'm really super duper stressed and I have a few bucks, I will get myself a wine cooler.
Timothy is
That's
the one that is. No, I don't think it has anything to do with her.
no, it's a
That other
separate
story,
yeah.
Mary.
It's definitely not from that one, and it's not from Pam either. I will have a Bailey's at Christmas. There you go. I like I like the
Bailey's is good.
eggnog with espresso instead of alcohol. If you never had it, it's really good. Have the eggnog with a shot of espresso instead of a shot of
You
alcohol.
mean
Yum.
espresso? There's no X in espresso.
Yeah, okay. That's how I say it. I'm
Fucking New
Greek and
Yorkers.
Sicilian, okay?
Uh,
I know how to spell it. Now how to say it is a whole different story.
eh,
And I laugh because some people watch the Spiritual Thursdays
that's
that drink
how
it.
somebody from Queens would say it.
Yeah,
Espresso.
like
uh,
um people who watch like the videos, like my Thursday videos or videos where they don't know me, they will always correct a word that I said. That's their comment. And I'm like, of all
mm-hmm.
watch the whole video, that's the only thing you got out of it that I
Right.
mispronounced the fucking word,
That's all you got out of it.
like maybe they're all boomer, with different accounts coming to correct my English. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Boomer with all of his ghost accounts.
I just say coffee covers it. I'm sorry, boomer, but
Coffee
she
covers
is one.
it. Let's see. She is one of my guides, but I am not sure who the Timothy is. I thought he was related to her. There were only 3 Timothys I knew personally, and 2 are alive. And none of them fit the description I gave you.
Oh, the third was when he was young. He was very young and in
In
school,
school.
which is the thought that I had. It was somebody that you knew long
Right.
time ago.
No, they
So
don't.
he might look
Okay.
different from, what he did now, from little, because people change from when he was little in school till now.
This Yeah, this Timothy is like really making it a point about his freckles. Like he
It's Boomer,
like his
yes.
whole life he wished he didn't have the like he felt, he was teased about his freckles and hated it that he had freckles. Oh, it's Boomer. Good day, mate. Yeah, it's Boomer. That's
She
right.
didn't know who was talking.
Uh,
It's
he
true
did
because
have freckles as a child. Okay. Now
mhm.
he was really skinny as a child, because that's another thing he didn't like about himself. He could never like put on any kind of muscle. Like he was just one of those really wiry type kids.
I need some coffee while Boomer's talking.
And he wore flannel a lot. Yeah, kind of strawberry blonde hair, real skinny. Wore a lot of flannel, like not everyday flannel, but he liked wearing flannel. And they're showing me this like old log cabin type house. They got a pile of wood, and he's like chopping wood for the fireplace. I don't know if that's anything. Um, I mean, it almost feels like it's a uh hunting camp or something. That doesn't ring a bell. Okay, never been to a log cabin type area, like a hunting camp.
Or like Boy Scouts or something like that.
No, not like no. It was like it's a log cabin like they would use just for when they would like go on camping trips, hunting trips, and things like that. Like it was a seasonal place. It was a
Right, because
seasonal place.
my daughter went with the like Girl Scouts, but they also had the
Okay,
Boy Scouts. They went
only
up
my
to like this camping place, and that's what they had,
yeah
these little cabins. And for
yeah. I
some
know what
reason,
you're
it just
saying.
struck me.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying. But this was more like they own the property. It was like it's a seasonal property. Like they would just go there like when they would go hunting, fishing, camping and stuff like that. My father and my grandfather did. All right, so they had a log cabin retreat type place, right? They only went hunting for bear. Okay, well, I didn't see any, like, I'm not seeing any kind of indication of the type of game they would hunt for, but all right, now that you mention that, now I am seeing a bear pelt on the front door. Like they have one nailed to a front door. That just came to me. Looks like it could be a small grizzly bear pelt, and they have it like fixed on the outside of the front door. So, like, it's the first thing you see when you walk up. That bear pelt on the door. But this, who I believe is Timothy, the redhead, the redhead in flannel is out in front of the place chopping wood for like a fireplace or something. My dad was raised in the way. See, yes, all my uncles and them would go there in the mountains. Okay, all right. Have you ever been there? Like, do you remember what the place looked like? He was a skinny, fair-haired kid. They all wore flannel. It was freezing up in the mountains.
Oh, your uncles would go too?
So now two of you. Now there's two of you that. Let's see. No, not me then. Okay, so you've never seen the place, so you wouldn't know. Oh, that makes it harder. Sounds like KJ. I don't know, but KJ wasn't here when I first got the name Timothy.
Mm-mm.
KJ wasn't here when the Bowman lady, the Bowman name came through. I don't know.
I don't know. Are you sure it's not one of the uncles? Like that maybe he was young, he didn't know, and the uncle died before James was like close with him?
See, I don't. All I can do is ask my dad if he remembers. Okay, all right, gotcha. Cause he looks like he's in his late teens, early 20s. So he must have passed late teens, early 20s.
Mm,
Because that's the image I'm seeing when he comes through. I'm seeing in his late teens, early 20s, and that's usually how they come through. They look the same age as when they died.
right.
So I never got to meet my family. Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Oh.
See, my dad was born in the snowy mountains. My dad is called
So
Jack.
if the guide is bringing him
Um,
through, it could be a relative that he
my
didn't meet,
dad
you
lived
know?
in.
Especially if that relative passed so young, you know?
Right, right. Oh, okay. So you wouldn't remember. All right. So I'm hearing. I'm hearing he wouldn't remember he was just a youngster. Um,
I figured
did
that,
you
KJ.
did you did you have an Uncle William? People would call him Silly Willie because he's saying ask him if he remembers Silly Willie. Yes. Okay.
Oh, so it's definitely for
All right.
James.
So this has to be for you then. So I'm guessing that Timothy was a friend of Uncle Willie's. I would have been like 5 or 6. Okay, that makes sense then, because he said you were little tyke, is what he says. You were just a little tyke, and you probably wouldn't remember him. There was some kind of falling out with the family. Like it's almost like there's several members of the family that are removed or whatever. Like there's something caused a big fallout, and your family kind of just like split up, and they all went their own way. Yes, there are. Okay. They did. Oh, okay. So I guess this is for you. He's sorry that happened.
Oh, and he
My
died.
grandfather did it. Oh, he did it. Okay. So some kind of your grandfather didn't like something that was going on with how the family was, I don't know, for lack of a better term, raising their family or whatever. Like, I don't know, they were following beliefs he couldn't condone or something. There was something going on that Grandpa would not condone. And it was kind of like, well, if you don't change, then you're no longer my family type thing. Right? I think so. It was something along those lines. Okay. But before all that, they used to hang out, I guess, at this hunting cabin. They used to go hunting together, take fishing trips, camping out. And Timothy was the one always designated to chop the firewood. He was it was ironic because he was like the scrawny one of the group. Like he was the scrawniest of the group. But he was the one always designated to do all the, chopping the firewood and stuff like that. Um, I don't get that feeling. Like, I mean, he may pop in and out now and again, but he hasn't mentioned it. Like, he hasn't mentioned that he's there for any specific purpose or anything. He just happened to notice. Like he'll pop in every now and again. Not like specifically to watch over or anything, because I don't know, he doesn't like. I don't know.
To visit. It's to visit.
He just swings by,
Like my
a
mother
lot
comes by and asks for
every
coffee
now and
sometimes,
again. Yeah, yeah. Like, hey, you got any wood for me to chop?
Yeah.
uh,
Everybody always peeks in on you, right? And even in death, people
right,
are close with their families.
right.
I know my mother goes and
I,
visits my grandson. I know from some of the things that
yeah,
he would do when he was a baby that he was talking to her. Like, he couldn't talk, of course, he was
right.
an infant. But he was laughing, and I could tell she was playing with him. He's looking up at the ceiling and laughing, and you could tell he was interacting with somebody, you know?
Yeah. Now I get the feeling that somehow he feels partially responsible because I think he was the initial, I think he was the one that initially confronted either your grandfather or your father about a particular situation going on in the family. He feels like he's responsible for the family not getting along and uh being separated and stuff, because he did initially confront, it was either your father or grandfather on something that was going on with the family that uh he noticed something going on. He mentioned it, and it went from there. Um, long story short, he mentioned to somebody something he observed, and that's where it all started. Caused the big feud or whatever, and Grandpa put his foot down, and said, "Hey, you know, it either ends now or I'm out of the family." And as soon as he left the family, others followed or went their own way. Let's see. Well, this is a very nice. Oh, I'm glad it was a nice experience. So I'm gonna have to ask my dad if he remembers him. Okay, all right, yeah, do that. Let me know next time we talk. Giles, would that be his last name? Giles. I just got the name Giles. I don't know if that's his last name or somebody else's last name that you knew. It could be his last name. It could be Timothy Giles. That could be it. I mean, he's not like standing there saying, "Hey, I'm Timothy Giles. I just heard the name Giles." And I just assumed. Does that make sense? Would that be the Timothy they would have known?
I got a distinct crazy ringing in my ears, so you might be exactly right.
Probably. Okay. Well, okay. Forewarning. Before you approach your father about it, um, do it gently. Do it. This is what I'm picking up. Like, kind of try to casually mention the name Timothy Giles and see how he reacts to it. Like, don't just walk on, "Hey, Dad, Timothy Giles, blah, blah, blah." Like, kind of ease into it, like, in a casual conversation, bring up the name Timothy Giles and see if anything happens. Or
Yeah,
not
because I'm
anything,
assuming
but
James, your
see what
father.
happens, like, see what kind of reaction he has.
I'm assuming your father
But
doesn't do much about with the paranormal.
actually, I get the feeling his dad is very much in tune with the paranormal.
Well,
I think
there's
that's where
a
James gets
lot
it
of
from.
people that are in tune with it, like the guy who works at the store
He
that I
doesn't
always go to,
believe
right?
in them
He is in
kind of
tune.
thing, but
He
he
talks to
is
them.
kind
He
of
can see them.
open to message. Oh, okay, that's what I'm picking up then, because
And he
it
yeah, and
it
but he
seems
doesn't want
to
to.
me that James, like, he gets his from that side of the family, the
Mm,
dad side of the family. So I figured maybe he'd be kind of open to it, but not like. I think he's in denial. I think your dad's in denial about it all. But the fact that he's open to messages and things is a good thing. That's a good sign. But
yeah, because I tell
still
you,
ease into it.
this guy at the store, like he'll give me messages. He's like some kind of psychic that can I don't know what kind of, because I never had it. I have it happen with spirits, but I never had it happen with a living person where they can send me a message in my third eye. But I know
Mm,
it was him sending it to me. He,
like telepathy style.
yeah, telepathy
Yeah.
kind of thing. Now he does not, because he's older, right? And they think like they're going to put him in the funny farm. People are not
Right.
going to talk to them. People are going to think they're crazy. People are going to say things. People are going to talk. And you know how they are at
Right.
that age, like in their
They're trying to
60s.
keep it all on the DL.
So he, he never said anything to me, but he obviously knows I do it. And every time I go
Right.
into that store, he sends a whole bunch of spirits. And the first time that he was like, shit, how can I say it without saying it? And he showed me this, like, oh, I have this guy here who needs to cross. Um, he did it by telepathy. And I was like, holy
Mhm.
crap. And I didn't say anything. In my head, back, I
Right.
was like, fine, I do a crossover, just have him come. And then after that, he never did it again like that. I just would have spirits follow me home from his store.
Okay.
So yeah.
Several of my family members are in tune on my dad's side, mostly the females. My mother was very gifted, but she turned it off because of
That
her.
happens a lot.
Yeah, you know what? I think that was. I feel that may have been part of the whole situation there. Um, I think your mom's side of the family was trying to like keep things like hush hush. Like it was some big family secret. You know what I'm saying? Like, they it was kind of like the witch trials or something. Like they were afraid of being found out or discovered and being ostracized about it. I think that may have been a big part of the whole dispute and everything.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Yes, it was like doing. Oh, okay. All right. There you go. It was like that. Okay. Did your mom have a sister that passed? Or a very, very close friend that she felt was like they were sisterly kind of relationship named Meredith? That was her mom. Her mom was Meredith? Okay. Because I didn't get that. I'm not getting that maternal relationship. It feels more like a very close friendship relationship between your mom and Meredith. They come across like they were more sister rather than mother daughter. Yeah, I kind of had that a little bit with my sister Mary. Like it wasn't necessarily the act of communicating with our mind, but it was more like we always kind of knew what each other was thinking all the time. Like if she was feeling a certain way about something, like she would know I was agreeing with it without being verbal. It could be something as simple as, "Hey, I think we'll have stuffed shells tonight for dinner," and she automatically know. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So that was kind of weird. She's the only one I had that with, though. Almost her half sister name was Vera, but if she had a friend like that, she never mentioned her to me or my brother. No, I'm saying the relationship between your mom and her mother, Meredith, felt more like a friendship between them rather than, yes, exactly, that used to happen between me and my ex. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad it didn't happen with me and my ex. Yeah. Um, I'd hate to think I was in the same frame of mind as her. Anyway, um, but yeah, the relationship between your mother and her mom, your grandmother, the Meredith, it felt like they had more of a friendship thing going on rather than a mother daughter thing going on. Like she raised her like she was her buddy, not her parent. You know what I'm saying? Like they shared clothes. They did each other's hair. They did things that best friends would do. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to what mothers and daughters generally do. You know what I mean? Because that's how Meredith is coming across. Meredith is coming across as like not a parental figure, more like a friend. You know what I'm saying? While her mother suffered from dementia at the end of her life. That does sound correct between them. Okay, all right. I just had to get that. Yeah. All right.
And sorry, guys, I just had to write. I remembered the cleansing stuff you needed to get rid of a trickster in case it was. So I said, no, let me write it for her so that she can try it. You know.
Who's got the trickster?
The lady from the chat that
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Oh, is that what they figured? How did they figure that out?
Mary figured it out. Mary watched the video, saw it,
Oh,
and
I thought she was talking
got the
about
feel.
Pam's incident.
No, Pam's incident
Oh,
was
I thought
something
she was
else.
saying
Yeah.
the person that pulled her out of bed was a trickster.
Yeah, we got it.
Oh,
I know there's too many things going on tonight. A lot of
yeah.
people coming
Well,
on.
that's my head on a daily basis.
Yeah, but
A
no, we got
million
it.
different things happening to a million different people all at the same time.
Yep,
And I'm
but
getting the information on them all at the same time. That's kind of why I stepped away from it
yeah,
for so long because it was driving me crazy. I was literally going out of my mind. And my current situation wasn't helping matters either. You know, it's like I couldn't focus on my current situation with everything else going on. You know, I mean, I gotta straighten this shit out before I straighten other people's shit out. You know what I'm saying?
oh, the poor thing, James.
Oh, hang on, what? She remarried, and then I think it fell apart between them. I only met my grandmother twice. She was stuck in bed. Oh yeah, that. Oh, yeah, that's a
No, I
hard
know
thing.
the poor thing, and that's like it's the worst. Like my Italian grandmother, she's passed. God rest her soul. Um, she was the best, the best. Nobody ever had a bad word to say. She was the best, and they thought she had early onset of dementia. So like, it was hard, she'd ask 500 times, "Where's the garbage? Where's the?" Like it was hard. Because
I
back
just
then
noticed I had my mic muted.
they didn't um they didn't do as many tests as they should have back then. Anyway, I was 12. That's when she passed away of a brain tumor that they didn't catch um, because they just assumed it was the early onsets of dementia, but they didn't do any further
Right.
testing. And so it was a brain tumor that popped, and that's how she died. And she wasn't
Like
that
an
old,
aneurysm
60s, like an aneurysm,
type
yeah.
thing. Yeah.
But they could have prevented it. It wasn't like cancer or anything. They could have did something if they would have caught it, right? But they didn't because they didn't do any of the right testing, what to do anyway. Um, but it was hard just watching her go through that, like slowly losing your mind,
Right.
And
Well, that's what I've been doing, Mary, so that I could focus on my current situation. That's
yeah,
exactly what I've been doing. I've been either ignoring them or telling them to move on.
yeah. Well, and if you have
Sorry.
little ones, Boomer, that need help, you could always send them here. I help them.
No, I'm talking about the people that want
Oh,
like that's why I backed off the whole social media part of it and
oh,
everything because I couldn't keep up with, like people coming to me saying, "Hey, you know, can you contact so and so and do this and
yeah,
do that and blah 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 blah." So I that's the part I was saying that I backed off from doing, like what I'm doing right now, like
right,
with James. Like whenever I go to a live stream, I ignore anything that's like coming through for somebody in the chat. That's what I've been doing lately. Is just ignoring it or telling them to move on, stuff like that. So yeah. Um
oh, yeah. Well, but you tell the spirit, look, I'm not doing that right now. But if you see little ones, and they need help, you can send them here. I help them. I just had two little ones.
oh
They were here
wow,
just a
James.
little bit, and then they moved on. They were able, then to be comfortable to cross, because after they saw me do
Right?
it a few times and they saw the people and whatever, and then they were comfortable and then they crossed. So it's good.
Right.
I try to help them.
Yeah.
So if it's little ones, always they're
Yeah,
welcome.
I just haven't been opening myself up lately because I want to save my energy for, getting out of the situation I'm in. You know,
Yes. Well, and you
it
need to
like
do
that's
that,
the
and
most
you need to
important part
close
right
off
now.
sometime.
The most important thing right now is, you know, getting myself into a situation where I don't have to fear being evicted and thrown out onto the street. So
Well,
everything else I've been putting off. Like I haven't engaged with people in the chat about, messages and things like
right.
that. So,
Well, no, and they
but
know
now
that.
that things are starting to look up, I can kind of gently, you know,
Right.
like
Ease back into it. But no,
eat.
they understand. They understand that if you're not living, you can't help them, right? So they understand that you have to do what you have to do. If you tell
No
them,
problem, James.
sorry, I need.
Why do I still, I want to call James Timothy now for some reason. I almost call him Timothy. It must be the T at the end. But yeah. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough. I mean, if it was 30 years ago, I would, I wouldn't be so worried about it. I could get along, no problem. I have. Like I can't count the number of times I've been homeless, living on the street, or living out in my car in back alleys of Indiana, and you know, going from one relative to another, and homeless shelters and things like that. I did that for years until I finally landed this place, and this is the longest I've been anywhere. I've been here 15 years, and I am in no situation or position. Being that I'm all I have, if something like that does happen, I wouldn't be able to move my stuff anywhere. I don't have my own transportation. Anybody that I know that has transportation are little compact cars, like just the act of moving on its own would be like a killer for me. Like, like I wouldn't be able to fucking move my stuff into a storage place until I found a new place while I fucking trudge the streets of Elmira. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Well, and I mean, thank God you have a store or two close to you, but you're not in a very, like, like I have a supermarket 1 block away. I have another supermarket that's 2 blocks away. The
yeah,
post
the
office is
closest,
a block and a half. So
right,
it's more condensed here, which is why I like it because I don't drive. When I was in Long Island,
right,
the walk to get to Target was 20 minutes. If I had to do that
yeah,
now, I don't know if I could do it, Just to walk to the bank, my bank is like 20 minutes now because unfortunately, I don't know why banks or everybody does online banking and stuff, or they go to the ATM, but I don't want to spend the money at the ATM. I want to go to the bank and I want them
right.
to my the money correct, and then I want to pay my aunt in cash. That's how I like to do it.
Right,
Anyway,
right.
the good old fashioned way. But if I had to do it, you know, every week, I couldn't. I have to do it once a month, go to the bank, which works, But I sure wish I could do that. I used to have some abilities, but now I don't have hardly any. I've been working on trying to get it back, but it's not working. It takes a while. Pam, I've been doing this 6 years now. And
I've
just
been doing
like,
it for 50.
well, I mean,
Well,
actively,
not
like,
like I'm doing it now.
right,
It's only been what, 9 years? It's only been
right.
9 years I've actually been doing it, publicly like this, but
Publicly,
I've been dealing with
actively,
it for 50 years. Like,
right. So for the last, like, maybe it's about 7 now, but only the last year was when it really heightened, right? So,
right.
but it took a lot. I mean,
The
6 years, Pam,
right.
to really hone in on it because I understood it was there. I would get different things, but I couldn't understand it. Um,
Yeah.
I had to use devices.
The
Now, it just after, you really start working with your spirit guides over and over and over, and it comes. But yeah, don't give up
yeah.
and keep working at it because it will come back. It's
The
just gonna
first
take a while.
time I experienced my gifts where I actually used them without understanding what I was doing or what it was. I was about, I don't know, 8 or 9, I think. My dad and I were standing in line at a bank, and this woman in front of us, standing there. She had her back to us, and I just kind of picked up on, like, I sensed something was wrong. Like, and I look at my dad, and I was like, I look up at him. I asked him. I says, "Dad, why is that lady so sad?" And because I picked up this overwhelming feeling of sorrow, and the only thing I could think of was coming from the woman in front of us. She turns around and says, "Excuse me, what was that?" And my dad, like, right away, just shut it down. Says, "Oh, don't worry about him. Don't pay attention. It just, and that's where it ended. Like, I never got her story or anything like that. I just knew something was going on in her life that, you know, she was, like, seriously depressed about, or, upset about, like a loss. Like, maybe she, you know, but at the time I didn't understand what it was. I just knew it was like, this woman in front of us is really sad, and I was wondering why.
Right.
But my dad just kind of, like, shut it down, like, right quick. I was like 8 or 9 when that happened, and from that day on, I never spoke a word of it to anybody about what I was dealing with and how I was feeling people's emotions and shit
Right. And my first
until
big one where I didn't understand and I tried to explain it to my mother and she just kept poo-pooing, that's the word of the day, poo-pooing me and saying it's just deja vu, don't worry. But I'm pretty sure it was a past life experience.
Mhm.
And which I assume was what deja vu was, but when I was 12 I didn't really know what deja vu was, you know. Um and I didn't understand what was going on. And then I had a reoccurring dream after that incident that she said was just deja vu. And I had that dream from the age of 12 to the age of like 19, the same exact dream. And I had perceptions of colors changing. Like I would pass something and it would be one color, and then I'd pass it again and it'd be a different color, and I'm like, they painted it, and then I'd come back and it'd be the color it originally was, and I'm like, why the fuck was it a different color? Like, just, so I would get things like that. So I knew something was going on, but I didn't, life happened. I became a mother young, and I was dealing with that. I was a single mother, and then I had another one, so I had two. And so just recently is when I really, um, after my mother died, my father died, and then after my mother died, I really was like, wanted to know if she was okay. And that really made me look into things and see if I could communicate with her because I knew I had these things,
Right.
And so I mean she's dead 12 years, but I still was like working full time and doing all this stuff. And I still had the kids were still younger, so I wasn't doing it as much. But then, when the kids got older, I was able to, hey, I'm going to start doing this. Um and then my son started seeing things, and then I really knew I had to find out what was going on for him. So, but it's been, yeah, just in the last 7 years that I really been practicing it. And then in the last year, because I've been home because I haven't been able to work, that I've really like, because I have the time to just concentrate on it.
Right.
But um even when I worked those 2 weeks, and I was so exhausted working, coming home, doing the crossovers, and then I had an influx of people, right? Because now I'm working in a crowded place where, of course, all the spirits want to follow you home. Most of them from there that followed me didn't speak any English, which was a hassle. Like they were like speaking
Have you ever
Mandarin.
thought about becoming the new Long Island medium?
Well, I don't, you know, I feel bad. Like I always tell people, like, I feel bad to take money for this
Yeah,
stuff
I
because it's like,
I've always said that
the
too.
spirits that I always tell everybody, you're more than welcome to give me a tip if you feel that you have to. Like my friend brought a friend over and said to me, okay, can you give her a reading? Like, and I'm like, what kind of reading do you want? She's like, a past, present, future kind of reading. And I said, okay, I'll do it. And I said, but if the spirits have other messages for you, I'm going to tell you as I get them and whatever. So I gave her the reading. We touched a little on the past, but more on the present and the future kind of thing. And she's like, well, I had a hard past. I go, yeah, we went through that, but they want you to focus. And the reason why they're giving me so much on the present and the future is because that's what they want you to focus on, not, they don't want you to sit in the
Yeah,
past.
yeah.
And so anyway, after we were done, she gave me $20. And
Right. Yeah.
my friend told her no, she's not gonna charge you, and I didn't. Um, but she's like, no, let me give you something, and it was what she wanted, you know, um, to give, and you
Right.
can't.
Yeah.
tell people what they, if you do something for
Yeah.
them, you can't tell
I
them, no, don't give me
because
anything. If
people have
they
asked me,
feel it, because if they want to, then it's okay. But I'm not going to ask them for it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, because remember back when I first started doing this, and it was me, my cell phone, and the chat, doing live streams on my cell phone, and doing it for people in chat. Like people would constantly ask me, it's like, do you charge anything? Do you do this for a living? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, no, because I don't feel as though like because I didn't pay for the gift, I didn't ask for the gift, but yet you know I I have a free gift, and
Yeah.
why should I charge somebody else for something that's free to me? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's
And I
like,
feel like, because I feel like I'm a spirit medium, so to speak, like the spirits are
yeah,
giving me the message. It's not like I'm psychic. It's not like I have like this superpower. Besides, my superpower is talking to them, right? And it's because I practice it and I wanted to talk to them. And, and like I said, for 7 years now, I've been working on talking to them to help them. So, so I consider myself a spirit medium. So I necessarily don't, I, it's not me doing it. It's the spirits, me learning how to communicate with the spirits. So they're telling me what it is. Why I always ask you guys when you come in for a reading, I talk to your spirit guides. I don't, unless your
right,
spirit guide isn't available or doesn't want to come or doesn't talk to me, or I don't know, like, although there's very few that don't come to give you guys a reading. um
right.
Somebody usually comes, and they, I know their names. I talk to them. I leave them coffee. Today we put up peanut butter and jelly right before, and coffee before the
Yeah.
stream. So if anybody needed, they can have energy. I always do that. I don't have. I go to
See,
the food
that's the
pantry. I go to the
difference.
food pantry 3 times a week. I always leave them food.
Like,
I don't ever.
that's the difference, like between. That's where I differ from many of the other. Like, I mean, I I don't deal with spirit guides directly or anything like that. I don't even know who my spirit guides are. I don't communicate with them. What happens with me is I get the messages directly from the individual that wants to deliver the message. They show me, they project an image to me of themselves so I can describe the person with the message to the person getting the message so they recognize who's coming through for them and stuff. I don't use spirit guides. I don't like do all that. It's like they just come to me. Boom.
Right.
Like I don't walk
Well,
up to a person and say, "Hey, would you like me to contact your old grandma?" No.
right,
I don't do it's like
right. But you too
I
are
just be
like,
sitting here, I see a name pop up and suddenly something will come through that recognizes the name. A lot of times I've gotten it wrong. Like
right,
there's people that there's spirits that have come through for an individual that just shares the name of the person they're looking for. Because here, when they're looking through my eyes or whatever, and they're seeing a name, all they know is the name. They
right,
don't see the person behind the name in this case,
right.
right? So I get it wrong a lot. And that's why I ask for a lot of clarifications when I'm doing it with people in chat. Like,
Right.
I have to know that they're talking about the right person.
Right person.
They're talking about the right James because there's a billion Jameses out there, okay?
Right.
So I have to add, sometimes I have to ask leading questions. Like I have to prompt them to give me the answers that they're looking for so I can determine whether or not this person coming through is, or the person they're trying to contact is in fact that person. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But
Um, so
you're still dealing with a spirit, regardless whether it's your guides or not. Because
Right.
sometimes,
Right.
like Mary's mother came to me
Like,
one time to make
yeah.
me give a message to Mary, right? So yeah, but mostly, but what I'm saying is, it's a spirit, right? It's not me. I'm not like
Right.
psychic and I know the
Right.
future. I don't know the past.
Right.
I can't go to your house in my head. It's a
Right.
spirit telling me something.
Yeah.
So that's why I go, I don't know, like I can't, like, then it's like, okay, they're giving me the information and I'm charging the person for it, when
Right.
it's not information that I got, it's them that gave me the information.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But what I meant is that I don't deal with spirit guides to get
Right,
information. Like I've been watching the show I mentioned it earlier, The Haunting of, with Kim Risotto or whatever her name is.
yeah,
All right. So, and she's constantly mentioning to the people she's involved with that, okay, my spirit guides are leading me here. My spirit guide this, my spirit guide like that. Like I don't do it. Like
right. You
if
don't
somebody's
use
telling me
you don't
something,
do the third party,
it's
like it's
right, right. It's
right.
not
The
right.
person comes directly to you, they don't come to you through your
Yeah,
spirit guide. But
right,
others,
right.
like,
I don't even know who my spirit guides are. Like I don't even know if I'm talking to my spirit guides when I'm talking to somebody
right,
in the spirit world. Like I always assume I'm talking to that person that knows this person and needs to give this person the message.
right.
Like
You
that.
don't know that if
So
it's the spirit
yeah,
guide projecting all that to you, you just know that's what you're getting.
right. I
Right,
just simply deliver the message.
right. Well, I
And
was curious, right? And how I started it
more.
was, I started too talking to the people that needed help, the spirits that needed help. I started with that. I saw that these children were stuck and I wanted to help them. So I started with just helping the children. The children were the ones I spoke with, and the children were the ones who taught me how to cross over and do all that, right?
Right.
And then I'm like, and then one of the children stayed, and I'm like, oh, this must be how spirit guides work, because Michael stayed with me. He helped me cross over the spirits. He helped me find
Right.
spirits to cross over, right? So, and then we got more, and then like I asked them, I was like, hey, do I have any spirit guides? like, like, did I have some that were like left,
Right.
like, they never talked to
Right.
me. Now I've been doing this for a year. Do they want to talk to me? Like, what is the deal? And I never, funny enough, um, I never kind of got the clarity, except for
Right.
the woman who was always following me, that everybody said since I was a
Right.
kid, there was a woman following me. That woman, Janet, was a actual ascension guide. She was literally following me to make sure that I crossed over, because her family owed my family a like favor, and this was the favor to make sure that I got to the other side. And I was like, no, this is a horrible existence for you. Can I let you go? Like, I don't want somebody standing over me waiting for me to die so that they could go enjoy their afterlife. Like, that's not what I want for you, regardless what my family wanted. So I said, I know how to cross over because I've been doing this.
Mm-hmm.
I know that I could go to Denny's Grove. I know that I could go to a cemetery and get a crossover guide. It's no big deal. You can go. And I gave her a nice send off and we let her go, because I just didn't want anybody standing over me waiting for me to die. I thought it was weird and the energy was
Yeah.
weird. Um, but that was the only person that everybody, whoever like read me or stopped me in the street or whatever, would tell me about, which was Janet, this ascension guide. And I still never really got the clarity of if I had guides before, but now, right, I just work
Right.
with, like, I have a wolf, I have the elemental, who is a protector guide because I'm doing crossovers. So I work with who I know now. I don't know who was before, but I know who I just work with them now, and they're my guides, and that's it. Like, was there ones before? I don't know. Are they still here? I don't know. Like, I know there's
Right.
a higher up ancestral one, but I don't know who it is. I never spoke with them directly. Mostly my Sarah gives me the message from the guides, from the ancestors, right? So I don't talk to them directly usually. I kind of actually feel like, I don't know, it's weird. I kind of feel like, and people are like, but you talk to everybody and you talk to everybody's guides and you talk to elementals. Yes, but I feel like they're like above somehow. Like I don't know. Like, I'm not supposed to ask them any questions. They're just supposed to guide the guides to tell me what to do. Like, I don't know if that makes sense. Like,
Right.
you know?
No, I know what you
So
mean.
I don't talk to them, the ancestral guides. I only talk to like the animal spirits and the guides, or the animal totems, and who I believe are my spirit guides now. I don't know who was my spirit guide before, and that's it. Yeah.
Right. Oh, she was telling me the name, Kim. She was exaggerating the name of the person I was trying to think of.
Yeah.
That's what the Russo.
Yeah.
Kim Russo.
Yes.
The mediums. Matter of fact, that's the show I had paused here this whole time. I was watching it before I
Yeah.
got
I
on here, and it had a pause. This you ever seen the show Celebrity Ghost Stories,
no.
where like different celebrities told would they'd interview celebrities where they talk about an experience they had with paranormal or whatever. Well, this is kind of like a spin-off from that, where Kim Russo goes back to these people, that these celebrities who were in that show telling their ghost stories. And what she does is, this is years later, and she has them go back to the place where they had the experience and walks through it with them and explains to them exactly like who it is, what they're there for, and what they're doing, and all that, so they could resolve that experience they had. Because the
Right.
other show, they basically just getting interviewed, they're telling what happened. Well, in
Right.
this one, it's called The Haunting of dot dot dot, and then
Right.
each episode is a different celebrity that was on the other show, and then she meets them at the place where their experience happened years ago, and works it out for them to give them like closure on it and
Closure.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Good night,
on
James. Thank you
it's
so
on
much for hanging
Tubi.
out with us.
Yeah, James, it was good. Yeah, Tim says thanks, man. No, I ad libbed that, but have a good one, James.
Thank you all for hanging out.
Hope you
80 is
figure
still
out.
here yapping after 4 hours and a half with
Hope
us.
you can find more out about that than I could give you tonight. So,
Oh, I finished
God
another
night,
cup of coffee
James.
already. Holy crap.
God night, James. I'll let you know. All right, no problem, Jay.
Yeah. But I
I know, Diane. I just make it a good show, don't I?
yeah.
It ain't a show till Boomer's there.
That's right. Um
Boomer's getting ahead of himself.
so Sunday, guys, Sunday, Eddie and
Ed and
Jen,
Jen.
Eddie and Jen
I was here
invited.
when they asked you. So
That's right.
my bad.
Eddie and Jen invited me to go to their show, and I believe usually they start at between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll get the exact time.
Yeah.
But I think most of you
Between
have
8 and 8:30, they usually start. That's 7 or 7:30 their time.
right.
Just
But our
my
time,
night, they just was running late. They didn't get started till after 9. That was a fluke. He just was running late because he was working on something else. But usually it'll be between 8 or 8:30 Eastern Standard.
there you go. So I I will be on there. So if you guys want to hang out Sunday night, you have nothing to do, come to Eddie and Jen's. Remind me, yes. Is there anyone who doesn't have Eddie's channel? Oh, okay. Yes, I can. I can post the link on the community page, but I'll also post Eddie's channel because I know Jen always comes in here, which is not the channel they go live on. So I want to post their link. No, I don't want to go to Google. I want to go to YouTube. Give me a break. Eddie and Jen, the vlogs, and then some. Yes, here we go. I'll put in the link. Share, copy link. Kelly, you've been here all this time. You haven't said a word. By the way,
Excuse me.
I didn't even know you were here. By the way. Sorry, turned on my YouTube when I was looking for the link. I apologize for my rudeness. Okay,
Oh shit! I thought that was me.
that was
I was
me.
like wondering
Sorry.
what's
When
going
I was
on. Did
looking
I
for
hit
their
the?
link, I must have hit the volume button. So I'm sorry. But there's their link.
Because I've
So
got the
that's
YouTube going on the other phone.
no, you don't have to. I got it. So hi Kelly, and yeah, and there's the link for Sunday night. Just hit the notification bell if you don't have it
Hi,
on or you're not
Kelly.
subscribed. Um, and I'll definitely share it when I get on there. Their I'll share it on the community page. So yeah, so that's what we're doing Sunday. Then Wednesday again, we read cards, and then I will think of something to do for next Thursday, um, for Spiritual Thursday. I thought this one was really good because it gave us a lot of things to discuss after. Um, but yeah, if anybody has any ideas for next week, of course, the video is live, that I played for you guys earlier. So you could just go to the YouTube and write a comment like, oh, I would like to know about this. And then if it's something I have not done already, then I will be happy to do it. So yeah.
Did you have you ever done anything with like I know I think you've done something on Ouija boards and talking boards and scrying and stuff like that. But did you ever do um I don't know how to describe it, like a instructional type thing on how to use certain devices in that go along with communicating to
Yeah, we
spirits and
had
stuff like
we had a
um
few episodes called the Paranormal Toolbox, where we
oh
went
okay,
over devices and things you could use. Yeah.
must have missed that one.
um, what time did you say? Even like we went over the history of dowsing rods and how they became
Oh
divination
yeah.
tools. Yeah, we did
Huh.
all. We
I
did a few
missed a
of those.
lot then, didn't I?
We've been doing this 8 months now. By the way, Mary, did you
I've been
know that?
gone 2 years from YouTube, so
What time did you say? I think between 8 and 8:30, Diane, on Sunday night.
where are you at, Diane?
Oh yeah, Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
Diane's in Idaho, like the potato.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I know this because we
I
talked
used to
about
make
our
jokes
flying
about
potato.
that, and I remember now. Back in the day, I used to make jokes about Idaho. Diane would get mad. Um, yeah, it's been a while. Yeah,
Yeah. So we've been doing it 8 months. So we kind of went over a lot of stuff, right? We went over the elementals. We went over spirit guides types. We went over fairies. We went over
they're not
things
real.
that used to be cryptids and is not cryptids anymore. So that things
So
that
you
people are
covered
seeing.
everything short of alien invasions.
Yeah, I haven't done any alien stuff because I don't
But
I
don't
don't know.
nobody know enough about them. It's
I
like
don't
there's
know
no
enough about
proof
them.
out
I mean,
there.
I could
Like
sit there and really
shit.
talk to the spirit guides about it, but like I know very little. I mean, I've seen a few things
Have
in
you?
visions, like
Speaking of spirit guides, how
yeah.
about a segment on the difference between guardian angels and spirit guides?
That's
Did,
all in my spirit guide video. Um,
oh,
I
okay.
I have
Damn
the
it! I'm out of ideas then. Damn it!
yeah. Can you imagine how I feel? Like we've done dreams, we've done timelines, recreation, and past lives. We've done like I've
Wait,
we
Idaho
even
is Mountain Time, not
we've
Central
even
Time.
right we've 2 hours
Okay.
behind Eastern.
All right.
We,
So you're an hour behind Ed and Jen. Ed and Jen are Central. They're an hour behind us, so they're an hour ahead of you. So 7 to 7:30 their time would be 6 to 6:30 your time, right? Yeah. So it'll be between 6 and 6:30 Mountain Time, Diane.
I don't know necessarily that I did something like it. Like I did like spiritual awakening stuff. How do you know you're having one? Um, I've done stuff on crystals with, and I did though want
How
to do
about
some.
astral projection?
I did that one. I wanted
Fuck you. Damn
sorry.
it.
I I wanted to
Like,
do something. I think I remember I wanted to do something with. Maybe I'll try to look it up
stuff
with
to do
how to
it.
open each and how to cleanse each of your different chakras. That might be something, because each chakra that's blocked would need a different
Yeah,
thing to clear it. So we
Mary's
could do
got a good
something like
idea.
that.
Take a page out of my book and just have a panel of people telling their paranormal experiences.
Yeah, I could do that. I like um I like to do like a video thing and have a subject and then have the video for people who don't
Right.
come to
Have a
live stream
discussion on the video,
and then have
right?
a discussion on the video. But also because then the video
Oh,
goes out for people who don't make the
how
live stream.
about how about if I don't know if you'd be able to do it, like uh, get clips of different like um shows that they have on mediums and stuff like that, and make a clip of like what types of mediumships there are and stuff like that, and show different clips of like Long Island medium, Kim Rosso, Christopher. God, I keep forgetting his last name from Psychic Kids and stuff. Like put together something like that of different varieties of mediums and psychics, show that, and then have a discussion on them and what people think of them as far as like how original they seem and how stuff
We
like that,
could do
something
that.
like that,
Most of the time when I go digging and I ask
like a
about them,
critiquing type thing, like
yeah, most
have
most
a
of the
panel
time,
critique.
yeah. most of the time the spirit guides tell me no, that they're not, no, they don't, no, they don't do that. And I'm like, ugh, forget it. So that's why I don't watch any of them, to tell you the truth. I never even watched the
Well,
Long Island
that's what I
Medium,
mean. That's
because
why you ought to
most
do
of them I
that.
think are a bunch of hooey,
Yeah.
especially the ones that
Right.
write the books.
Right. That's what
So
I'm
I don't,
saying. Like
yeah,
that's why I suggested doing a video of them, you know, 4 or 5. Just pick 4 or 5 of the most well-known ones of
right.
today. Do a video on them and then have a discussion about that, and let people give their views on what they think of them. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like who seems original, who don't, blah blah blah. Who's in it for the money? Who's in it because they truly want to help? Stuff like. Well, I think they're all in it for the money, or else they wouldn't be on TV. But
Well, yeah, and then
we
like I
could
said,
discuss
because
who's more
most
legitimate, and I mean, hell, throw Chip Coffee in there because I have a bunch of shit to say about that guy. Something like because that's why I'm saying to do it so that we could discuss those things about these. Some of them I'll consider so-called psychics, and then there's some legitimate ones out there, and we could discuss
oh, I'm
like
sure there's some
yeah,
legitimate. It's funny because when I first start, when I wanted to help these children, I was like, "Oh, I'll find somebody to cross you over," and I'm like, "Well, this one who wrote a book, she said she crossed over this little kid," and they're like, "No,
right,
she didn't," and I'm like, well, "Fuck."
yeah,
I'm like, "What about this one? This one wrote look 4 books," and they're like, "No,"
right,
and I'm like, "Fuck." And that's when I was like, "Well,
yeah,
how can I help you?" And they're like, "You can learn." I'm like, "Are you sure I could do it?" And they were like, "Yeah, yeah."
yeah.
And they taught me. Um, but like it
Or
was tough.
how about doing something on like a specific show and have a discussion on that after. Like show segments of psychic kids. Like
Mm,
have a discussion on like psychic kids and see what get other people's views on that.
yeah,
You know what I mean? It could be about individual particular psychics or a particular show. You know, it'd be something different, something new that you haven't done yet.
yeah. Pam, I didn't I just do that last week? Did you miss it, Pam? Oh, they're blinking at me, so I must have did it last week. Last
Chakras.
week I talked about, I believe it was last week. Let me just look, Pam. I
Yeah,
believe
you did do one on chakras.
no,
I remember seeing
on
something.
this meditation about, or
Oh,
did I just read it? I
meditation.
don't remember now. Wait, let me just go to the
Oh,
video playlist. It was teaching you mindfulness. Mindfulness, yeah.
mindfulness. Yeah,
So last week was mindfulness, but believe it or not, mindfulness is meditation, but not like you could do it if you could, but I don't meditate like that either. I do like
yeah, me
I'll
neither.
just sit here and start daydreaming and then I'll get different visions. I don't know how to meditate, or I'll be watching
Yeah,
something and start like drifting off my mind and then I'll get a vision. Um I
yeah,
but it tells you different places that you can go with the meditation instead of sitting and actually like meditating. They're like,
right.
okay,
The only time I
if you
meditate is when I'm sleeping.
yeah, like you can like literally look at a fruit and just like really look at the fruit, and as you're looking at the fruit and relaxing your mind,
You'll
like it
never
gave
eat
you
that fruit again.
a whole bunch of different exercises. But so what I might do for next week is I might do because I think I have some stuff on that. I think I may do just like teas and stuff that will clear each of your chakras that are blocked, especially your root chakra that grounds you and all this stuff, so that you guys can cleanse them. Um so you can start nice and
What
fresh. Pam.
what you were saying about the fruit there, though, you're using fruit as an example. That reminds me, like that could have an adverse effect because one of the techniques that somebody described to me years ago of how to like control your appetite of something
Mm.
is to have that sit there right sitting there in front of you, and you just sit there and stare at it. Just focus on it. Look deep into it, like looking at every drip of condiment, every little wrinkle in the lettuce, and other,
Oh,
like just
yeah. Well,
totally get right into it, like you are that food, and it'll make you never want that food again.
oh, I don't know about that. We don't want to do that. We want to do it mindfully because they call mind mindful.
Yeah, that's what I
So
was just saying. Is like,
basically, okay, that would be nice. Yeah. Basically
yeah,
to um to mindfully eat it and recognize your senses is what I meant, not really stare at it. Recognize the
yeah,
senses, the sweetness of it,
stimulate
is
your
it
senses.
juicy, stuff like that. Because
Right?
the more
Yeah,
you train your mind to focus on things, is when you'll start really noticing other things, Because our
right,
minds are very blocked with right shit in the world, right? So we tend to like not focus on anything. You grab an apple, you eat it, you don't remember what it fucking tastes like, because you don't
right,
care. You're just eating it to eat it, right? So
right.
this was just telling you to be more like mindful when you're doing regular things and pay attention to your senses so that you can tell when things around you change or different things. So it was really interesting. Um those kind those kind of things, but it gave you some alternatives to meditation, and that was last week. Um,
Right.
so
Okay.
yeah, so like I said, I think I have like
Well, think about it.
cheese
Think
and
about my
crystals,
ideas and
and
see
then
what you
I'll
can do
I'll
with
try to
it.
do yours, but that will be like a bit of research, so it will take me like I can't do it for next week.
Well,
Like
I assume you everything
take
you do, you research it a little bit before you do it.
I do. I
Um,
research a lot
you don't
of
want to give out
things unless it's
misinformation.
something like that, I kind of know. Like, but even with the science thing, I had to research, right? I wanted to get the numbers. I wanted to know how many scientists believed in paranormal. I want to know, like, I wanted to know all that, I got to research it. But um so everything's research, but that kind of thing, and especially getting like clips and not getting copyrighted and shit, I have to research a little more, like what and I want to
Right.
look at everything. Like I don't want to look at one clip from them, I want to look at a few, so that will take me a little while
Right.
longer, but that's
Right.
definitely something we could do. It just I'd have to
Yeah.
research all of them because like I said, I kind of after that, like when they told me that the few of them that
Have you
that you know
have you ever like read one of their books or like watched uh other psychic mediums and stuff like that? Like, have you
The only
ever?
one I watched, and I can't remember his name, and it's because my mother, before she passed, loved him, and I thought it was super
Oh, I
interesting.
know who you're talking about. I can't remember his name either.
Um,
Um.
he used to have the audience, and all of a sudden,
Yep.
somebody
Yep.
he would do what you would do. All of a sudden, somebody would come to him, and he'd be like,
Yeah.
and he'd
I
tell them,
I picture him in my
and they'd be
mind,
like,
but I
"That's my
can't remember his
father,"
name.
you know. And my mother
Yeah, I
was
can't
so
picture.
into that, and I was, yes, John Edwards. Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, there you go, John Edwards. Yep, that's the one. Who said that? Kelly. Thank you,
Yeah, Kelly.
Kelly. Yep, John Edwards. I used to watch him too. I mean, well, that's how I first got like I don't know. In recent years, there's been shows where they've debunked him and things like that and all that, but still, like he was like the first person I like learned from,
Right,
and although I've developed my own techniques and ways of doing
right.
things and stuff like that, but I used to watch him do his show, and that's you know I always thought that was all hinky bullshit anyway, until something actually did happen to me.
Right.
And so all I did was I took the bits and pieces that made sense to me.
Right.
I
Like
took out
everything
of
else.
it what I needed that felt real to me, and it worked.
Right.
And the rest of it, I just like, that's just showboating, or that's just, him trying to be a celebrity. That kind of stuff, I just waved off. But the techniques, I took pieces of that and just,
Right. Well,
started
like that
paying
family
more
you were
attention to the voices,
right. Like that family you were talking about. When I first started YouTube and I was watching them and I wanted to contact my mother, right? They taught me like what's the best, like they sat there with the spirit box and they put it on all different things to show you what it sounded like, what would be the best for you, the sweep rates, all this stuff. And
Right.
from that I was able, and I always keep it on the same one now because I was able to, realize how it worked and what frequency I was on and all this stuff. So sometimes even if they're fake or just crazy or just, in it for the money or for the fun
Right.
or entertainment only, if they do something that you can learn from, it's good, right?
Right.
So,
Right. Yeah.
some things, even if the person isn't on the up and up, you might
Right.
learn something. Um,
You're either going to learn how to do something or how not to do something.
right, exactly. Or you're going to learn, oh, well, that's fake, You can learn to debunk things yourself, which is always good too,
Right.
right? So, um, you know,
Yep.
that's that's always good too because you're always learning, right?
Yep.
So yeah,
There's only one. There's only one thing like that one capture on my cameras that I cannot debunk whatsoever. Like, and that's when the ball rolled out of the doll's lap.
yeah,
But everything else, like a lot of like that, what I called the light show, that one time where I was cooking bacon in the kitchen and it looked as if there was like a billion fucking orbs going through and stuff. I debunked that because I realized that the camera was picking up like the stuff I couldn't see with the
yeah, like
naked eye, and that's what it was
like
like. As I'm frying bacon, there's wind blowing around, and
yeah,
like
the
it,
oil and everything.
yeah, things like that. So
Because
I
even in the
debunked that,
morning,
but
when I wake up in the morning, right, and I got these curtains that have star like cutouts. And so what happens is when the light comes through it, when you look at the light shining through, you can see all
right,
these particles
the
in the air and you're like, holy
well, the,
shit.
yep,
That's all the particles you can't see, but the sun reflecting off of it at a certain way, then you can see all these. So the
illuminates
camera
them,
will pick
yeah,
those up,
and that's exactly what IR light does. It illuminates things that aren't illuminated naturally. And that's
Right.
how we see all that stuff on like IR cameras and stuff like that. I mean, and I try to explain that to many different people that every time they catch something floating in the air on their fucking cameras, it's not always an orb, okay? Like,
Right. And you could tell,
because,
like,
yeah,
well, I can
I
tell
mean,
now.
the one, I don't know if you guys saw it, I showed it on the live stream, that one huge pulsating orb,
Oh, the one
that
in the
oblong, out of
downstairs.
shape thing that was moving across the living room. Now, I can definitely say that was not lights going by the window. That was not dust. It was huge. It was moving in a manner that, like, it wasn't a bug because it was misshapen at times, and then it would form into almost a circular shape and then misshape again every time it moved across the, it blinked in and out. Like, that was, to me, I can 99.9% be sure that was some sort of spirit energy caught on camera. You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because
And
I
it
studied it wasn't a bug because it was too fucking huge from that distance. It
right.
wasn't dust. It wasn't a spider web because it moved across the room, not waving in front of the camera. It moved from one side of the room to the other and then was disappeared. If it was a cobweb in front of the camera, it would have stayed there. Like, it wouldn't
Right.
have, like, and it would be
Like
more
the
of a
orb.
swinging back and forth motion, not just traveling in one direction across the room.
Right. Like the orb that I
So,
have on my opener. It went through a door. That's how you know it's not dust cannot go through a door.
right, right,
Light doesn't fly up from the
right,
bottom of the door through the door and up. It just doesn't do that shit, okay?
right, right,
So some things, yeah, you can debunk, but others, there's just no way. You know, a bug can't fly through the door. It just can't, you know? It flew through a glass clear door, and you can
right,
totally see that it went through the door. And it's like, holy shit, it went through the door. That's not, you know, a bug,
right,
you know? But and then like I got another like a big black one and I'm like, could it be a bug? And then Danny and I reviewed it, I don't know how many times, and he goes, no, wait, look where you were standing. Look where it is. He goes, that bug would have been, you know, 30 meters long or whatever he said. Like he was
right.
trying to, we were trying to measure. We had to sit there, and that's what we do. We measure things and we
Yeah,
see the distance, and that's what you have to do. That's why I say we're like little
yeah.
scientists here. But and you know,
Because the further away from a camera a solid object is, the smaller it appears.
right.
The
And this
closer to the
thing,
camera, the larger it appears. So if there's something on the other side of the room
right,
that is the size of a Pepsi bottle,
right.
it's not a bug. Because I would have seen something that fucking big and fucking ran out of the house. you know?
Right,
It's
exactly.
like,
Well, that's what Danny said to me. I go, do you think it's a bug? He goes, you're 15 feet away from the building. That
right,
thing was near the building.
right,
It was as big as a bird. It was see through and it
right,
was black. He goes, it's as
right.
big as a bird. You would have seen it if it was a
Oh, I
bug,
would.
you
Are
know?
you talking about the one that went
Not the
from
one
the
that I showed
tree
you,
to
but it
across the
was another
street?
one when Danny
Oh,
was
okay.
here. We went
All right.
to, it was Danny and I doing an investigation at King's
All
um
right.
psychiatric park there.
Okay.
And I said to him, do you, he goes, no, it's impossible that it's a bug. It's not even, it can't be a shadow either. Cause look at the way, you know, and once we really looked at it, we were like, oh no, that shit is something, you know, but
Right.
you know, we had to look at it because right off the bat, you can't just say, well, you know,
Right.
and then the way it moved was crazy too. But you know,
Yeah.
I didn't take that at first. I was just trying to figure out, could it be a shadow or this or that? And he was like, no, it's impossible. Look at the size of it and look at how far away you are from it. It can't be a bug. The camera would have never picked it up. That big a bug, you know, and see through like that. No.
He shows up on Facebook now and then. Who's fam talking about? Yeah, Chris has been doing that since she had
He must be
passed
talking about that.
away. He shows up on Facebook now and then. I don't know what she's talking about.
I thought she was talking about Chris, the one that you were talking about. No, is that not?
Yeah, I don't know. I know I'm following I'm following that Christopher, and I keep forgetting his last name.
Yeah, that's who I thought she was
On
talking about.
Instagram. On Instagram, is that who she's talking about? I didn't. I follow him on Instagram. I heard he has a YouTube channel, and I didn't know he had a Facebook channel. If that's who she's talking about,
Yeah.
Chris Brown. Oh no, I'm not talking about Chris Brown.
No,
I'm talking
she's
about
talking about a medium.
Christopher. I'm talking about Christopher from the show Psychic Kids. Never can remember what his last name is. I have him on Instagram. Let me check my Instagram. I'm gonna find out what his real name is again. Uh, also has an art channel. He's an artist. He's going through he's dealing with bone cancer right now. Last I heard.
Yeah,
Um,
Mary will help if you need help. Mary's the one to help all the time. Um, Sylvia Brown's son. I don't know because I don't know.
oh no, that's not what I'm talking about.
Fleming, is it Christopher Fleming? Kelly asked.
Is it Fleming? I can't remember.
I don't know. I'm sure we can Google it real quick.
Whichever one is on Psychic Kids.
What's the Christopher for Psychic Kids?
Oh yeah, I didn't think of doing that.
I just
Instagram
typed it.
takes so fucking long to open up. I don't know
Oh,
why.
Fleming. Yeah, that's his name. Good,
Yeah.
Kelly.
Okay, Fleming is his name. Yeah, I like that guy much more than I like Chip Coffee. I'll tell you, I can't stand Chip Coffee. He comes across way too. I don't know. I don't know. He has this smug air about him, and uh, he's always so over dramatic all the time.
Ah,
You know, I wish Chris was the main um um what do they call them? Mentor. I wish he
oh.
was the main mentor of the show. And they didn't. I wish Chip Coffee was never on that show. He ruined that show. I don't like
And
Chip
when you're
Coffee
working
at
with
all.
kids too, you really shouldn't
So
have one that's
yeah.
arrogant,
Oh,
right?
and he would like play off the kids as well. Like I've noticed a lot of times where, I mean, despite the fact that he does a run through and does his thing before the kids are, but when the kids are there at the place that they're checking out or whatever, like I've noticed he plays off the kids a lot. Like he'll wait until the kids like will say, "Oh yeah yeah yeah, I saw that too. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I was feeling. Oh yeah, yeah," and it would always be after one of the kids mentions what they're feeling or seeing,
Right.
and then he'll just like, "Oh yeah, me too," It's like, what the fuck, I mean, the guy just and he whenever whenever he has whenever he's in one of the segments, he puts the focus on him more so than the kid. I mean, the show is supposed to be about the kids, and
Right.
he turns it into more about him and his abilities and things like that. Rather than just letting the kids do their thing and guiding them. Like he
Right.
doesn't guide. He just like, and that's what I hate about it. It's like he's the paranormal version of fucking Dance Moms. It's like, what the fuck, man? That bitch, I'll tell you. I don't know how that show ever made 5 fucking seasons. It was more about her and the parents than the kids and their talent. Every fucking episode, it made me sick to watch. I'm on Messenger. Are you? Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Well,
Oh, she's talking about Sylvia Brown's son. Okay.
yeah. But I'm going to call it a night, Boomer. Thank you so much for joining me because I still
Oh,
have a
wow. No
crossover
way.
to do and it's already 11:20.
Yeah.
So, and you
Sorry, I
have
pushed Mary away.
no, she had technical difficulties, she said. So,
No, that's
um
just her being nice.
well, she had a sound issue
Rage
from
quit.
before you even got on there.
She
I was like,
raged quit because
couldn't
I
hear
came up
her,
and took over. All right, well, I'll jump off here and let you say your good nights.
Okay, thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Much love. Keep it real.
Good night, Boomer. Thank you to Boomer for joining us. Thank you to all 8 of you who stayed and hung out with us. And James, too, who hung out as long as he could. Was a good conversation. And yeah, Pam, you could get me too on Messenger. I think actually my Facebook link is in the description with like my PayPal and all that. Links, the stupid links. I gotta remember to take the Twitter off because I refuse to do Twitter anymore because of Elon Musk and his shit with Trump. So sorry, I'm not doing no Twitter, so don't message me there or anything. But you could get me on Facebook, and my Facebook, I'm sure link is up there. So Chip, not Chris, right? His name is Chip Coffee. I do like the last name Coffee. Anyway, guys, let me get out of here. I've been here 5 hours talking to you guys. Thank you so much again for hanging out. I'll play the outro and I'll see you Sunday at Eddie and Jen's for paranormal experiences and discussions. That's what they'll be doing. So I will see you there. I'll be on the show and I'm sure with some other lovely guests. So please join us. And then if not, I will see you definitely Wednesday. And yeah, good night to everyone. Let me find the outro because you know I like playing the outro. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle. Thank you. We are so glad you came. Okay, bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Bye. Is everyone gone? Huh? Good. Oh my gosh, my cheeks are killing me. I can't keep smiling like this anymore. I'm exhausted.